I'm here to introduce you to Office 365. Office 365 is a whole set of really what we call cloud products, okay? Meaning the basis or where stuff sits is up in the cloud, okay? So that's really what we think of. In today's society, the cloud is everywhere, and the cloud has actually been out there for a long time. I used to say that I have a experience of having, I've used a cloud for almost my entire career. I started working in 1991. Probably by 1993, I had started traveling once in a while, and I had sent myself my email that had an attachment of an Excel document that had all of my rewards points for the airlines and for the hotels and whatever. So whenever I needed that information, I could go to the internet and I could get to it wherever I was, you know, whatever. So that was my first experience of using the cloud, if that makes sense. I've worked in IT almost my whole life. So I got out of college with a recreation degree and I wanted to work in rec departments, and there wasn't any money in it. I worked with wiring cable a lot. My dad sold wiring cable, and then I accidentally, that company started selling network hardware. So I've been in IT ever since. I haven't looked back. I love it. If I can help you understand anything about technology, that's what I'm here for. Especially about the cloud. Not specifically only about the cloud, though. We're going to start to introduce you to a lot of the new things that are there with Outlook. Outlook is a productivity tool that we've used forever. It actually leads us into what's called collaboration and what the cloud really gives us. So collaboration is this new kind of thought where I want to be able to collaborate with people on stuff. Well, we've done that our whole careers. One of the first ways that I use the cloud for companies, I worked in the Milwaukee area most of my life. But I get to go other places too, which is interesting because then I get to see the differences and diversity. But actually, I work with a company that's a disability company, downtown Milwaukee, and they have written some. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Along with a couple different companies. Well, at the time, there was actually no simple way for them to share big files like a video or anything like that. So they were actually mailing DVDs to each other through the mail, which was real at one point in our lives because we couldn't just, you know, pass these files. Now, oh my gosh, we do anything we want. Videos, any big file, it doesn't matter. And that's some of the things that the cloud helps us with. Going back to Outlook, Outlook is actually the first collaboration tool that we probably all use. Outlook is a tool where we've had email, right? Of course, I can email people. I can share files with people. One of the other tools for me that really started us understanding how we can share stuff is calendars. So my calendar, I didn't by my calendar. If my calendar wasn't checked, somebody wants to, they can mute their, yeah, perfect. So calendars we have shared. There's other tools in Outlook that we've also shared sometimes. That's that we share if you want. Has anybody ever assigned a task to anybody from Outlook? You can do that. We'll talk about it today. It'll be very exciting. And then our contacts. Contacts has actually also been a really, really amazing for in some smaller businesses where we don't have a tool that manages all of our contacts. So we individually might manage our contacts. Now we can share those contacts with other people. It's a lot easier to be able to have the correct email address for somebody and have the correct, you know, whatever information. So to me, Outlook really does bring us into this collaboration tool. There's a lot of other things that are a part of that cloud up there. We're going to concentrate on a few things first. My internet was working. Oh, did you? Maybe if I spelled it correctly. Minor details. Okay, so one of the things that I'll help you understand is it's actually not too difficult to get to these tools. We're going to talk about Outlook first, okay? And you may only use Outlook for a really long period of time. You might use all of these other tools too. So to me, there's two different links that you want to know about. The first link that I think everybody should know about is you just go to a browser, any browser, okay? It doesn't matter what browser, and you go in the URL bar. So I click in the URL bar, and I just type portal.office.com. And what that takes me to is it'll take me to a login, okay, first. And I'm sorry I couldn't log out to log back in right now. But it's going to be your email address and your password. And one of the really cool things about the cloud is it's single sign-on. So you sign on one time, and you have access to all the different tools you have access to. With the license that I have access to all of the tools that are up here. So we're going to introduce you briefly to some of these tools. You're going to be in what we call kind of a phased implementation. So we want to get your feet wet and help you understand what Office 365 is first, and then we want to really kind of introduce all of the rest of the cloud stuff to you, so it's not quite as inundating. It can be really inundating if it's just, okay, here you go, good luck, welcome. So at least we want to introduce you to the tools so you kind of understand at least some of the fundamental basic things. Once you understand some basic things, one of the basic things that I always tell people is when you see an arrow, if you ever see an arrow, it is never going to hurt you to click it. Never. Usually it just shows you more stuff. So click all arrows that you can click, right? The other thing that I've done here is I've basically connected to my view of what Office 365 or the cloud is. You see the first button I see is Outlook. Just like we're introducing an Outlook first, go there first. Okay. One of the other things that I'm going to teach you about, I'm an instructor and I've been an instructor for about 13 years. So I love light bulbs. If I can help you understand something, one of the things I want you to remember is you have to do these things in order to reiterate them in your head. If there's something that's really important to you and you've forgotten what that is, that's why I'll leave you here with my email address. So when you're sitting there and you're in that, like, oh, there was one of these tools I could use, just email me and I'll try to remind you what tool that is. So Outlook is the first tool that we talk about. We're also going to talk about something that's called OneDrive. OneDrive eventually is going to replace your H drive. So one of the things about the cloud is right now, and probably for the last 20 years, probably the last almost 30 years, I guess, in my career, but we've actually had something that it was a server in-house, which was where you guys call yours your vault, right? It's your company files. That's going to go to the cloud at some point in time. I say within the next 10 years, nobody's going to have a file server in-house anymore. It's all going to be up in the cloud somewhere. Well, that sounds scary, doesn't it? Microsoft has actually spent a ton of money in security and what's called compliance. You guys probably have to live up to some compliance things. All of us in the world should even in my personal email, I should live up to something that's called PII, that's personally identifiable information. If I can be a proponent for anything in the world, let me be that. Don't pass personal information in an email. Don't pass it in a text message. It's not that useful to do. I usually call people. That's still probably one of the more safe forms of passing information. So compliance is something that is up there in the cloud. Anything that you use up there actually has to go through a place where it sees, is this legitimate and is this okay to actually go out? So even if you don't specifically know exactly, the tools that you have do know that, so they'll help you with that, right? Thank God for that. Okay, so at this point, how many people here have used Outlook for at least 10 years? Okay. All of us have probably used some sort of an email application, if it was Outlook or another application or something like that. So I'm going to start looking at Outlook, which is the Outlook web app, okay? We're going to go back and forth between Outlook, which is the desktop application that's actually installed on your computer, okay? And then we're going to talk about this Outlook web app. the times that you would use this Outlook web app would probably be, you don't have your PC, you don't have your laptop. So there might be times where you have that, right? I do travel quite a bit and I stay in hotels. So I, all the time, use this web app to be able to interface with my Outlook. When I click on that web app, so here if I go to Outlook, and just so you can see this, if I hover over it, I can tell that I'm going to select on it. It's just like any other intuitive application. One thing that did happen is about 2 weeks ago they changed these icons, so they're exciting, I guess. So something that will happen up here is you'll see little things change quite often. Does anybody remember when you had to deal with a Word application that was like 10 years old, and you're like, oh, this is so painful? You don't have to deal with that anymore, because what happens is you actually get the newest version of everything. What you have, what you'll end up having eventually, is what's basically all of the 2019 applications that came out in November. So isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, when I hover over something, I can click on it, it's going to take me to that, what's called app. To me, the term app right here, this is a horribly convoluted word in our society today. I don't know if that's on my phone. I don't know if it's on my computer. I don't know if it's a web app. I have no idea what an app is. So just know that an app is just like what you've always thought of as Word or Excel, those applications that you use. These apps happen to be up in the cloud. So another thing I'd like you to notice is if we look all the way at the top here, on the far left side, you can see it actually has like 9 little buttons in a square, okay? What I'd like you to think about with that is that it's actually kind of like what is your start button on your computer, okay? The reason I want you to think that way is because wherever you are up here, you could click there to get back to a screen that shows you all of your apps. So it's kind of like your start on your computer, but it's your start for the cloud. They call it the waffle button. It's exciting, right? Button. It's also called the app switcher, okay? So it's to switch me from one app to another app.
So you're talking about that little, like 9?
Yep, it's 9 little squares, and it's right next to the words Office 365.
Oh, that one, not the one above it.
Yep, exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to click on that button right there. So if I come up here and I click on that button, you'll see it opens like your start menu, right? It's like start all programs. It's like all apps. It also is kind of the same order that you see here, so it'll help you remember. You don't always have to go back to that home page to get to the different apps. Wherever you are up here, you'll be able to get to all of these different things. The other thing that this also will do for you, if you look right here, it actually shows you documents that you've recently worked on. So it's literally like your start, but then your start and your open in an application all in one. It's like all on steroids. How exciting. And they try to make this more and more intuitive and more helpful for you to find the things that you need to get to, right? Really, to me, it's all trying to save us time. We're all busy people. We have a lot of things to do. The last thing I want to do is hunt and peck and try to find something that I'm just working on. That's pointless, right? I've worked a lot of help desk in my life, so I actually understand that side of things on a user basis. So, again, I know it's taking me a little bit of time, but we're going to go to these different apps. Now I'd like to at least point out a couple other things that are here. So I'm just going to click back on that app switcher, or the waffle button, and it hides it. So you can also click something and then click it again, and then it goes away, and then you can get back to wherever you were. All right, if you notice over here, I'm 40 minutes overdue. Not really, I'm here. But over on this side, there's more information, okay? You also see a bell over here. That bell is my reminders from Outlook, meaning my calendar, okay? So your reminders you can actually get to without even going to Outlook. You actually just see your reminders. It's brilliant. The next button that you see is a new universal button from Microsoft. That's a gear button, okay? A gear button in any Microsoft application is going to be your settings, okay? So that's your personal settings because, again, you logged in here, right? If you see, it says right here, DH, okay, that's my initials. So I know that I'm logged in, right? If I click that gear button that's right there, settings, and if you hover over it, it actually tells you that it's settings. Okay, so there's some stuff that happens here. If you see, there's some theme things I could do, very exciting. But one of the things I mentioned before is that if you're mostly going to use the cloud, because when you're at a hotel, you want to get to Outlook, right? You don't have to confuse yourself with these buttons. And you could change your personal home page, okay, in the cloud to be whatever you want. So that's something that I found to be really useful for very specific users, because I'm really only going to use, you know, one of these tools most of the time. So I could actually change personally, I can change my start page just to show me Outlook right off the bat, or just to show me whatever. So that's something that's really helpful. Another thing is the first time that you log into the cloud, it asks you what is your locale and what's the time. That's important for your home time zone, okay? Because this is Outlook and if you travel and all that stuff. So this just helps you. So you do want to fill that out the first time. Other than that, I could customize some of my notification settings. If you remember, I showed that, I mentioned the bell that's up at the top there. If I actually click on the bell, so right now if I just click on that bell, you see any of my notifications would show up here. This is not only Outlook though, it's also other things that could trigger notifications. And you'll get into those as you get introduced to these other tools. And here I could also get to my notification settings. So it's not like you are not able to get to all of the different things from a lot of different places. I always talk about cut, copy, paste, because there's probably different applications. Like in Excel, there's 5 different ways you could cut, copy, paste. We're all different people. We all do things different ways. So Microsoft has given us these tools in different places. This notification settings here, that's actually going to be the same as this last screen that I was on. So instead of here, if I click on the gear button, there's the notifications right there, and then I can customize those settings. So it's a couple different places you can do most of the same stuff. All right, I'm gonna close out of this. And then the next button that you see is a question mark, that's help. Go ahead.
I just have to ask, are we looking only at your screen, or should we be looking at that on our computer as well?
If you have access.
I don't know.
So you don't have access to log in. So at this point, you're just looking at it on my screen.
A lot of people are looking at it, but I mean, if you're close enough, it makes no difference whether you're looking at your
there
screen
or there,
or just looking up there.
No, I'm fine with that. I just didn't know if I should be looking at it on here, if it was even here.
Used to logging into a Zoom session, kind of a.
Oh, I see, okay.
It's exciting, isn't it? And interactive.
Thank you.
That's the exciting part. And wherever you are, you could actually see this same screen, which is nice. Because if you know, for the people that are remote, it's hopefully helpful. Okay, so help is actually something that Microsoft has also concentrated on. They want to give us more and more help. If I click on help, this actually takes me to the help interface. So I could search anything in the cloud and try to figure out, you know, what it can help me with. The other thing that I have here is I have my ID. If I click on my initials, you can see I have a my profile, a my account, and a sign out. That's nice, it's helpful. I have a profile for myself. Every other user here has their own profile too, and we can get to each other's profiles. I used that feature one time, whether you are really into social networking or not, it's some of those things coming into our corporate environment. The best way I ever used it was actually not too long after I first got the cloud tools. I was actually working for a company where I was traveling 2 weeks at a time, and I was going to one location, and then over a weekend I'd be in between, and then I went to a different location. Well, I was at an Army base in South Carolina, and there was a tornado that came through, and it actually knocked out the power in the airport. If you've ever traveled and been in an airport where there's no power, it's really fun. Sales rep from the company I worked with, he was feverishly trying to find the SOWs because there were some details that he didn't get right, or whatever. And all I have is my phone, because everything else I have is dead. And I was like, okay, so, oh my gosh, you know what? I followed that document. At one point in time, when I was working on this project, I had, in the cloud, I had clicked the follow to follow one of those documents. And that meant he could go to my profile and he could find that document. So it was like troubleshooting, right, on a, kind of simple basis. But to me, it actually proved to me that this is a legitimate thing, and it could actually help us, like, fix some problems at some point. That hasn't happened to me a ton. But it is really nice for me to be able to have access to all the stuff that I need wherever I am all the time. You can actually get to this on a phone. You can get to it on a tablet. The one thing I'll tell you is if you have a Mac device, Safari is not a good browser to use with this cloud stuff. That's the only suggestion I have, because all the other browsers work pretty well. If you have Windows 10, I'm not a huge proponent for Microsoft Edge, this browser. I'm not quite a huge proponent for that yet. But all browsers you should be able to use this with. So any hotel you're in, if you just go to the internet, you can actually get to all of this stuff, which is, again, a really nice benefit. Okay, so if I, again, go here, I'm going to go to my profile. And my profile is, it's actually called Delve, okay? It's like delving into what I do and delving into what you do. So this is a place where, and one of the things that I did at one point in time, I'm actually a single person company at this point, but I've been a part of a team, and one of the things is I managed a team of trainers, and it was really hard because we were pushed to be at least like 85% billable to clients. Well, in that, it doesn't give you a lot of time to actually work on projects together and that kind of stuff. So we really use these tools to kind of communicate with each other. I used to get emails 5 times a day from different sales reps all across the country that would ask me if I teach this class or if I teach this class, and I was like, oh, I can't answer all these questions. This is too much. So what I did is I had all of us as instructors go in here into our profile and update our profile with all of our skills. And I made it a requirement that anytime you take a test, you teach a new class, put that in there. Now, nobody has to email me. Nobody has to ask a question. They go to my Dell site and they can see all the classes that I teach. So without having to communicate, we've communicated with each other. And those little things like that will absolutely help save your team time besides just you. So there's a lot of things that I can see as benefits to all of these different tools that we have here. It's very exciting. You also can change your picture here. So it's kind of like, oh, my company Facebook. That makes sense, right? So it can be. It really depends. Part of it is really we want to bring in some of the social networking things that are actually useful, not the things that are pointless, right? So as a team, we should be able to figure that out, hopefully, for our team. All right. At this point, I've gone to a couple different places. If you look up at the top, I still have that same bar that shows me the waffle button on the left side. So again, wherever you are in the cloud, you can still get back to everything else. So if I just go here and I click on the waffle button, I could go to any of the other places I want to. If I click on Office 365, it takes me to my home of Office 365. All right, because we're going to go into Outlook first and spend a lot of time on Outlook, I'm going to go ahead and click on Outlook here. In Outlook, there's a lot of things that we do that are, kind of helpful, useful to understand how we interact with our email. There are a couple features that are up in the cloud in the Office Outlook web app that aren't actually in Outlook yet, which is interesting to me. But I'd like you to notice that still I'm in Office 365. It tells me I'm in Outlook and I can see the waffle button. So again, wherever you are, you can get back to anything. You don't have to like, oh yeah, I have to go back home, right, to get to whatever application. That's pointless and it's wasting a little bit of time. So they're giving us the way to get back to anything we need to get to at any point in time. I'd like you to notice that right here, okay, there's a little push pin that's on this email. This, to me, is going to save so many people so much less confusion. Most of my life, if I need to do something with something tomorrow, I'm going to what? Mark it as unread, right? And then it's unread in my mailbox, and then I remember I have to do something with it. But this pins it up on the top. So you don't even have to mark it as unread. You pin that email, it pins it up to the pinned section, and now you'll find it every time. Now, oh yeah, tomorrow, whenever I go, there it is. Oh yeah, I'm done with it, unpin it. It goes back to where it's supposed to go in the sort. So really, really awesome little things that are absolutely going to save you some time. So to initiate that, all I have to do is I just click right here, and it says keep this message at the top of your folder. If I click that, boop, now it's up there, and it's always going to be pinned up there until I unpin it, and then it goes down to wherever it was supposed to be. Make sense? That's exciting, right? I'm excited this early on a Friday.
And I understand it.
And that's the thing, like, that's what I'd like you to pay attention to. Anything that seems like, wow, that would be really awesome, because I would save 5 seconds of my life. 5 seconds of your life is worth time, right? Okay, so that's just the first really exciting little thing that I wanted to point out to you. This is in the Outlook web app. They don't have it in Outlook yet, but I've seen where people have requested, why wouldn't you match it up? So I'm sure it'll be in Outlook as well before too long. Okay, so since I'm here, this is what's called Outlook web app. It's the cloud version of Outlook, okay? This is the closest that they've ever gotten to actual Outlook though, because in this interface, if I want to, I could click and drag and move a file to a folder. So it's just like Outlook on your computer. These are called active server pages, which means you can actively do things on the pages. So in a pinch, if you had to use this, it's not much of a difference than when you're actually using Outlook, which is really nice. If you've used any older versions of Outlook Web, Access is what they've usually called it. This is so far ahead. I actually work with 2 counties in the Wisconsin area that they don't support any of the applications. They actually just use the Outlook web app, their whole company, like 3,200 people. So it is something that you can use. There's some other things that are here as well, and actually you had Outlook 2013, so you actually still had this. Has anybody seen the favorites in your navigation pane in Outlook? You see the favorites. By default, you have I think it's drafts, sent items, something like that. But you can move other things up there. If you have, does anybody here have a lot of folders? I have a lot of folders. I live my life by folders. We'll talk about that at some point in time. Anyways, but so I have a lot of folders. One of the things that I've done is when I'm working with specific companies or on specific projects, I'll put their folder up in my favorites. That saves me time of scrolling to find the folder to drag and drop the files. So again, little things that actually save you time. And you have the same feature here that you do in Outlook as well. So again, this is the Outlook web app because I'm on the web, but we also have some of those features in Outlook. Then I'm going to look at the bottom of this navigation pane and just show you that I can get to mail. I can get to my calendar. If I click on the calendar, I'm in my calendar. If I click here, I'm in my people. People is the new term for contacts. I believe that came from phone manufacturers. I don't know. But they've actually renamed it now in our newer versions of Outlook. It's called people instead of contacts. So just so you know what it is. If you see, they actually have some cool things here. Like I have frequently contacted people. Brilliant. I also have on your calendar, meaning I can see all the people that are on my calendar for this week. So there's little things that show you more information. Again, please note, you might not use all of these things, okay? I'm not telling you have to use any of these things. It's just trying to help you see some of these things that are out here. Okay, so I'm in Outlook, and I went to my calendar first, then I went to people, and the last one that I have here is tasks. And tasks, does anybody here use their task list in Outlook? Yeah, I personally use my task list in Outlook. We all use our task list in Outlook if we ever flag anything for follow-up. So if you've ever flagged anything for follow-up in your mailbox, if you see I have a whole bunch of things here, they look like envelopes. These are all actually things that I've flagged for follow-up from my mailbox. If you see over here, I also have tasks, and these are the tasks that I have that are assigned to me. So again, mostly what I'm using my tasks for is my flags for follow-up. I can see them here, but I can also see them wherever they are in the sort order in Outlook, right? And it just has a flag next to them. So this is just another place where you can see them. Okay, I'm gonna go back to mail here. And I'm gonna try to spend just a little bit of time showing you specific things, creating an email, replying to an email, those types of things in the Outlook web app. And then I'm gonna go into Outlook and I'm gonna show you those there, just so you can see the difference between the two, and you can associate this with the basic things that you would do on a daily basis. Does everybody usually open up Outlook first? I know I do. I actually open up Outlook probably when I wake up. I'm like, oh. But I have learned, in my 40s, I did learn, you know what? You don't even need your phone in your bedroom, do you? So mine's out there on the charger somewhere. I don't even care. Except for those crazy days. I live in Wisconsin. You can attest. We don't have, it's so beautiful to see the grass. It's so beautiful. Like this much snow everywhere. Why? I don't know. And it's melted twice already.
I believe it.
It's an interesting winter. It's also like a heat wave. I said I walked around the grounds. I didn't have all my hat and everything all bundled up.
One day it's going to be too.
Oh, that'll be brilliant. I'm sure it'll be something like that by us too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Then we might, maybe it'll rain the day before so we could all ice skate to everything. It's great fun. Okay, so again, one of the things that I want to look for is, okay, how do I do the stuff I have to do here, right? So they still have kind of the same mentality that we have in the Outlook desktop application, and that's that we have what we call a ribbon up at the top. So they still call it a ribbon, which is all the commands that I need. So if you see right up here, I don't have a lot of commands right now, okay? But I have new, and then I have mark all as red. Wow, that would be silly, wouldn't it? But I have new, so now I know I could create a new email, right? I could also click the arrow right here, and I could create a new email message, or I could create a calendar event, or I could create a group from here. So there's different things that I can do from that button. Again, any arrow, click it. It's never going to hurt you. Okay, I'd like you to notice undo. How many people have ever tried to recall a message in Outlook? Did you know, I was an Exchange admin for a while in my life, so when you recall a message in Outlook, there's actually a perfect storm of 3 things that have to happen. That user has to be on an Exchange server. They have to have Outlook open, and they have to have not read the message. If that perfect storm happens, then the recall will be successful. Other than that, it's not exactly successful.
Are you talking about sending an email and then regretting that you sent it?
Yes. Yes.
Recall process.
I have, but I didn't do it.
So I personally have one of the worst stories you'll ever hear in your life about that. I managed the network for a long time for a really hostile network because it was high-level network engineering, and it was a lot of really, really expensive sales. So sales was like huge turnover. They let me, because I was a security officer and the network manager, they let me do all the exit interviews. So it was great. So much fun. I had to have them sign this thing. Some of them were not happy. It was just a lot of headache I didn't want. Anyways, so I always know what's going to happen. I know, freeze a little bit when I know there's gonna be something that's gonna happen. This one day, I was informed in the morning that I was gonna have to disable a user account. I know exactly what that means. You tell me I have to disable an account, I know there's a list of 17 things I have to do, including that horrible interview. So about 3 o'clock that afternoon, I get a phone call, and I was in this secret cube that was way back in whatever. I got a phone call, and it's from the owner of the company, and I'm like, hi, Bruce. He's like, hey, Dad, how do you recall a message in Outlook? And I was like, okay, so you have to go to your sent items, and as I'm talking to him, this user, I'm gonna disable their account, is calling me.
Oh,
And I'm
no.
like, Bruce, I don't think it works. You know, and I can kind of see things, whatever, but yeah, I was like, oh, ooh. And I don't want to answer that call. So I was like, if you're sending the message to, you know, whatever, he's calling me. And he was like, oh, crap. Oh. Click, and he hung up the phone, and I was like, oh, man. But from that point forward in my life, I have always thought, you know what, right before I click send, let's think.
Yeah, let's think.
Is it 2 o'clock in the morning? Am I angry?
One tip that you can do is leave the to button, leave that blank, leave that field blank, so you're absolutely sure that you want to send.
Oh,
Then put
Brilliant
the,
that's a thought.
Brilliant idea. I had a manager that used to send us messages at 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. You know that's not gonna be a good message, whatever it is. But yeah, it's one of those things. So actually, what they've done is they've given us an undo button in Outlook now. You can set that for up to 30 seconds, meaning you could click send, and it actually does not send your message for 30 seconds while you're thinking, did I want to send that? Did I not? Whatever. I find that very interesting, and it's real. It's real in everybody's world. So, okay. Then again, what else do I have? I have a ribbon here, but it doesn't show me that much stuff until I actually select on a message. When I select on a message, now the ribbon has all the commands that I need up at the top. So again, I can now see all of these different commands that I might use. I could create a new message still, but then there's reply. Notice reply is actually a default of reply all. Good, not good, whatever it is, okay? But you can change the default if you want. So again, all of these things that you have, you can pretty much change them to be what you want them to be. So just when you first see these things and you first get to them, sit back and look at it and think about what you do, right? And give yourself a little bit of time. The first thing I'll tell you is anytime you get a new anything, and you've probably all seen this because you get a new application, you're like, oh, what? Here's the whatever it is, right? Give yourself some time, have a little bit of patience. Are you guys good with patience? Patience is a virtue. And know that it's not going to be easy right off the bat. So know that first week, you're going to have to spend a little bit of extra time looking at things, but once you understand how these tools work, it will save you time, if you want to trust me.
I have a question. So those options are up there, new, reply all, delete, archive. Is that the default, or did you have to create that ribbon that way? Because I'm looking at mine and I don't have that. I don't have those same options.
Yep. Did you select the message?
Yep.
If you click on a message, then what do you see?
Yeah. So I have some of that, but I don't have all those options.
Agreed.
Okay. And this one is in your drafts, so let's see if you click, yeah. Okay, so you have delete, archive, junk, sweep, move to, categorize. Here's your reply and reply all. You see that?
Yep.
So I'm gonna look, oh, actually, it's kind of in the same place as mine, but it's a little bit different. This is what I mean about things looking just a little bit different in different places. So what she sees, and I'll show you what she's seeing, okay? Where she's seeing this reply button is actually just right over here. So it's actually in the message, right? This is actually called the reading pane, meaning I'm selected on a message here and I see it in what's called the reading pane. So if you see there's those commands up there, I'd also like you to know, do you see an ellipse button?
Yes.
If you click that ellipse button, does it show you reply, reply all?
No.
Okay.
I have mark as unread, flag, pin, ignore.
Okay. So, and you can see some of those things I also have. So one of the things it could also affect is how big your screen is right now, which is really interesting. But that ribbon, it changes based on if I have a smaller screen or if I have a bigger screen. And you might actually have to click a group of commands to see all the commands that are in that area. So that is something that you may experience. I'm glad you mentioned that. But you can see it's really apparent that you have reply and reply all, right? Mm-hmm. So she actually gets to see both reply and reply all, and I only get to see reply all, but I have a thumbs up. That's exciting.
Yeah.
I have.
You can now like just about anything up here if you want to. I don't know if you need to, whatever. Sometimes some of those things are helping you find it a little bit later, so it might be helpful. But if I click, what's that?
Does it mark it as a favorite?
It doesn't mark it as a favorite, it just likes it, and there's a way for you to look at your messages that you like. So you could actually filter your mailbox and look at liked messages. Okay, so now if I click on the arrow, now I can see all of the commands that I have. So again, there will be somewhere where you can get to everything. If you see right here, it's reply all, and forward, and then I could change the default. So what the heck does that mean? There's another arrow there. So if I hover over that, you can see I could change reply all to be reply. So whatever you want, you can do. Reply all by a meeting. Has anybody ever done that? Sometimes when I have to create a meeting, I'll be like, oh yeah, you know what, this message you sent makes me think we should have a meeting. So I go to my calendar, and I open up a day on the calendar, and then I create a meeting. I don't even have to do that. I could reply to the message with a meeting, and I've just saved myself 10 seconds from moving over to the calendar first, right? So again, little things that they're trying to do to help us. Right from here, I could delete all messages. Why would I do that? I'm just kidding. But you can. Okay. I can mark as junk. I can mark as phishing. Right now, there is a difference between junk and phishing. Phishing is somebody phishing for your information. Okay, it's like those original bank things from Africa and that stuff, right? Although there's a lot of different ways they do that now. 2 weeks ago, my dad got a call. Hey, it's your favorite grandson. Mm-hmm. My dad's like, who? It's like your favorite grandson. I've never heard your voice before. Click, and I'm like, I'm so glad that I've taught you these things because they try to get people everywhere all the time. All the time. It's horrible. Don't ever trust anything. Isn't that sad, right? Whatever. The world. I can mark as unread. I could also flag it. So I can flag things for follow-up. I can also assign a policy. This is probably going to be a little bit farther than you need to go at this point. But at some point in time, I work with a couple law offices, so they actually have their own policies that says, oh, I can keep this email for 2 years. You can create your own policies for how long you want to keep your emails. Whew, amazing. You could print. Hopefully you don't have to print it, but I'm just kidding. We're getting away from printing. Are you guys trying to get away from printing? Awesome. That's one of the things the cloud can help you with, you know, is actually, if you really look at the costs, that's why we need to get away from printing, because it's a lot of cost. The other thing is everything has gone to electronic. Law in the United States all had to go to electronic in 2016. So all law is actually electronic already. Oh my goodness. Healthcare led the way, right? Healthcare, military, you think military leads the way, but they're really paper now. Anyway, I could also open this in a separate window. So this is another thing that I could do, and I could basically like focus on the email because that's in its own window, and I could maximize that window if I want. So you do have those abilities as well. Okay, so that's the ribbon. Again, as I said, any arrow, click it. It's never going to hurt you. Another one that I say, any ellipse button. So the ellipse button, that's actually almost the same thing as an arrow nowadays. It just shows you more stuff so you can see more things that you can do. Right from here, I could pin this or unpin it. That's the pin thing that I can do over there. I could ignore it. What? Why would I ignore things? We've actually had this in Outlook for a while. Has anybody noticed? You could ignore a conversation or you could clean up a conversation. we're gonna talk about that in Outlook, and that will save you time. If you've never used it before, it will save you time, but you could ignore a message or a conversation. Why would I do that, right? That would be rude. My best example that I have of this is, I mentioned I'm gonna be away for most of July. If I worked for a company and we have our company picnic that's coming up, right? And I know the first message that goes out goes to everyone in the company, and it's, hey, all this stuff about the company picnic, and I'm kind of sad because they scheduled it on a week that I'm gone, so I'm gonna ignore that conversation. And that means that all the future messages from that conversation, they don't go to my inbox, they go to my deleted items, and it allows me to concentrate on the things that I need to do instead of cleaning up my email. So that's why you would ignore a conversation. That could become really political, right? Woo. Okay, so again, I'm in email. If I actually do, let's say I open this message in a separate window, now I have the commands, okay, in this separate window. And as you see, there's my commands up there, but I also have them here. So again, wherever I look for them, I'll see the commands. All right, another thing that I have, if I don't have somebody's information already, if you see right here, as I hover over somebody's name, right from here, I could send them an email. So whenever you've received an email from somebody, you don't want to reply to that email because this is a new thread or it's a new subject or whatever, right? You could just go to an old email from that person, you hover over their name, and now you can send them an email. There's other options that you'll have too. You could actually add them to your contacts from there. So there's a lot of things that you could do with this contact. That's exciting too, right? That should save you a little bit of time. Again, all of these little things save you, seconds at a time. Think about how productive you're going to be after the week, right? You get so much extra stuff done. Okay, anyways, I might be too excited sometimes. You could just tell me.
No, that's good.
It's fine. Okay, then I'm going to click on the new button because we haven't been in a new email yet. So if I click on new, by default, it opens my new message in the reading pane. But if I wanted to, I could also bring this one out into its own window. That's actually, it looks almost like the restore all button or restore button that you see in your minimize, maximize, close at the top of your applications. So if I go to this button that's right here, you can see I could edit in a separate window, and then it opens it in a separate window. All right, and then here, I actually do have most of the same functionality that I have in regular Outlook, where I have a send button, I have an attach. There's actually a little bit of difference that you'll see with this attach thing now. Because we're in the cloud, it offers for me to attach from my computer or from the cloud. We're going to talk about this when we talk about Outlook too, and we're also going to talk about it when we get to our Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, just because you'll see the cloud in different places. I want you to understand what that cloud is actually, meaning to you. It might be some time before you actually start using those exact tools, but again, we want you to at least be, understand that they're out there at this point. Okay, so again, I could attach, and I could attach right from my computer, or I could attach from cloud locations. If I just click on my computer from here, it allows me to browse and go out there and find a file that I want to put in this email. Okay, notice it also tells me a few things. Right here, it's in gray, okay, but in the body of the message, it says, add a message or drag a file here. What? I didn't even have to click on that button. I could just drag a file right in here. Yes, you could do that. That's just like Outlook too, right? In Outlook, you could just drag a file in there. Same thing. It's the same functionality here.
How would you do that? I mean, where's the file that you're dragging in there?
Yeah, so what I would do is I would open up like File Explorer, right, to actually see this, and then I would just take this and I would drag it, and when I drag it, it literally attaches that. So again, and these are all little things that are saving you time, right? Does anybody use blind carbon copy ever? Line carbon copy is, you know, there's reasons for it. You can see it's still there, so you can just click on it and it comes up. Once you click it, it comes up on all of your email messages, so you don't have to turn it on again, which is nice. Discard would mean it's not going to save it to my drafts, or the other side of this is it's also going to delete it if it's already been saved in my draft. Stuff in the cloud saves automatically, which is a little interesting. Anybody remember the early 90s? Save all the time, otherwise you lose your files, right? So we don't have to even think about that anymore because it saves for us. What? That's weird. So it is, you know, it's one of those things that's like, okay. And these are all like mentality shifts. And we just have to understand, to me, what I've learned is I just have to understand that technology is always going to move forward. It's never going to move backward anymore. Even, you know, whatever. We think of a lot of stuff. I was at a manufacturing company the other day, and they actually have 2 typewriters. Do you guys have typewriters here anywhere? I do. See? See? So there's still typewriters in the world. What? That's crazy. But there are, and it's real. You know, it is real. But we have to think about technology moving forward and just take that, you know, leap of faith, if it makes sense. Like, okay, somebody built this technology, and they only upgrade technology, so it must work on some level, right? So trust it. Trust it and have patience. Yes. Okay, if I click on 2, it's going to go to my people or my contacts, and then I can find people that I wanted to email. And then here, if I double click on somebody's name, now it adds them in there, and then I click save here, and now it's addressed it, so now I have the 2. If you ever send an email, in the last couple of versions even, of Outlook, if you send an email and you don't put a subject in, you'll get a warning about that. The reason for it is a lot of spam filters at many different locations, they actually just throw out messages that don't have a subject. So there's actually a reason behind all the things that we do. I'll have a subject of something. And then it says add a message, meaning I could type something. If you look down below, you can see I have my whole format options, and there's a lot of them. It's very exciting. Then you also have all of this excitement down below. So you have attach up from the top, you have send, but you also have send, you have discard. It's like, why would I have this many places that I have this many commands? I don't know. But they seem to introduce like something new in each place. If I just want to insert a picture, I could insert a picture and it's not an attachment to the email, it's actually in the body of the email. So if you're sending a message to, like, you know, your parishioners and you wanted to have a picture in there, you could do that if you needed to. If you see here, what? An emoji. So you can actually send emojis to each other. That's very exciting. If you look at this one, this is, I could share my availability. One of the things I mentioned is that Outlook has been, and calendars in Outlook was really one of the first things we ever shared. So this actually kicks off a feature that comes out of your Outlook calendar that allows you to just send somebody like your next week's schedule, okay? So you have the ability to do that. This actually allows you to do it right here. So I could just send my availability with, you know, right to this user with the email, which is nice. Then there's a little A with a paintbrush, and that means that you could also get to all the formatting options or turn them off. So, oh, I'm sorry.
So
This one here?
we don't have that.
Oh, you don't have that button?
Yeah.
You may have it. So one of the weird things that I'm going to help you understand is that you're probably, most of the time, these things will come. I don't know for sure. I know my last upgrade, so I'm actually on the list, and I don't know what, you know, if you're, how often your, you know, versions are getting upgrades, but there's like, I think there's 4 different priorities for upgrades and updates, and you're, you know, and it's like they span them out like weeks at a time. So, and this is something to remember, because if you and your husband have this, you know, all have Office 365, but you're at different companies, you might see different things at different times. There's actually a really cool feature in Outlook. So, well, actually, it's also in Word. Here, I'm gonna show this to you anyways because we're gonna be in Word later, but, this is my email address. If anybody wants to take that down, feel free. And now it's recorded, so you guys will have it. But I'd like you to look at this button that's right here. It says voice and it says dictate. So they just added a feature in the third week of December that allows you to dictate in the body of an email message or in a Word document, meaning you don't have to type. What? The people that I've introduced, I know, exactly. The people that I've introduced this to that create a lot of emails or create a lot of Word documents are immensely happy with this. I have experience with this only because my mom, she actually was an x-ray tech at a clinic, but she also took over a lot of stuff because the clinic went from 2 doctors to 16. So she did dictation most of my childhood, meaning she sat with a headset on and typed out what the doctor said all the time. We never have to do that. Brilliant. So you're going to see that feature once you get the full upgrade to things. So again, just know that some of these things might change at least a little bit, but I'm glad you mentioned that too, because I'll show you that same feature in your calendar so you know how you can do that. Is that something that you would do at some point in time? Maybe. Like for me, I do that because I need to send you my availability for the next 3 weeks, and I'll just be able to do that right from my calendar, which is an awesome feature. Okay, so I'm going to go back here, back into Outlook. Okay, looking at the email message. Okay, the other options, so if I click on this arrow, it's more options. If you see, I could set the importance of this message. I could also show message options. If I do that, you can change the sensitivity. You could request a delivery or read receipt. You can also encrypt or digitally sign the message. I don't know if that'll be real at any point in time in the next however many years, but at some point, you might need to digitally sign messages. What a digital signature is not a picture of your signature. What it actually is just like a certificate that goes to somebody that says you have a certificate that legitimizes your email, so you know I'm not a spammer, or you know I'm not going to send you a virus, right? So it's just security stuff. Has anybody used the delivery and the read receipt before?
Yeah.
The read receipt is one of those things. Does everybody know this? If you send a read receipt, the other side, they have a choice to send you the read receipt or not. So what does it mean? Who knows? Has anybody heard of something called Lotus Notes, right? That's an email application. Did you guys have that at one point?
I did way
back. You know, there's still companies that are moving from Lotus to the, yeah, right now. I
20 years
that
ago.
at a university out in New York. I did it for like all last summer. It was so interesting. I'm like, what? We're good. Anyways, in that application, you could go to your sent items and you could see if somebody read your messages, right? You don't have that ability with Outlook. You don't know if somebody read your message or not. You have to trust. The delivery receipt, if you think that somebody's business closed and they don't have a business anymore, you could send a delivery receipt, and all that does is tell you if there's a server that has that email address on it somewhere. Although that's also something that some companies turn off because spammers use it, because why wouldn't we? Just kidding. Okay, so that's really all of your options with your email, and then I click send and I send the email. So that's, again, Outlook, and that's reading an email, replying to an email if you needed to, also creating an email from scratch. Just a couple, yeah, go ahead.
I thought you were going to touch on the protect. What is that about?
Oh, the protect option?
Like
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Is it from here?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was
Yeah,
over
it's
in
here.
the message.
Sorry. It's in a new message. So this protect, what this means, it says do not forward. Recipients can read this message, but they can't forward, print, or copy anything. So that's again a compliance thing that popped in. That happened. I think that happened when I added the HIPAA policy to my organization. Do you have PII? Is that what you guys are using? Just personally identifiable information, probably.
Well, yeah, that's just a general term.
Yep.
Industry, yeah.
Yep. So there's actually a compliance policy that you slap on for that.
It's built into Office 365.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. We'll talk about that later today. Yeah, there's one for HIPAA too. And the nice thing is when HIPAA or PII changes in the world, you don't do anything, it changes for you. So it's amazing. That's what I talk about with the security and the compliance. We're complying with anything we need to, as long as we just slap that policy on. But yeah, that's where I got that one. Okay, let's see. I think that's it. So I'm going to discard this message. And here, if I discard it, I could say discard it and it'll be deleted, or leave it in my drafts, right? Don't discard means it's going to leave it in my draft messages. Do you guys use your drafts?
Yeah.
I use my drafts all the time, so it's a...
Get interrupted or something.
Yes, exactly, exactly. It's much easier to know you have it than to just sit and, you know, wonder, or try to recreate ever. Another thing they have is the search functionality. I don't know how many people use search in Outlook, but search in Outlook is awesome. In Outlook, it searches all of the fields, so to, carbon copy, subject. It searches the entire body. That's not all. It searches the entire attachment as well. So sometimes when you search for something and you don't see the word highlighted, it's because it's actually in that attachment. That functionality is actually something that's all over the place now in the cloud, meaning you will be able to search for almost any, it's like Google, okay? So once you get everything up in the cloud, it's like your corporate environment is like Google. Wow. Exactly. We're right on the same page. I feel it.
Doesn't help.
Okay, and anytime I'm up here, if I ever click on Office 365, so I just clicked right up there in that black bar at the top, sometimes it changes to a different color bar or whatever. They can also brand that, so that could be completely branded for you guys if you want it. But anytime you click on Office 365, it takes you to your home page of Office 365. Okay, so at this point, we've really talked about Outlook. What is 9:30? We'll go another 15 minutes and we'll take a break. Is that okay for you guys? Is that good? Okay. So the other things that I'd like to at least look into in Outlook is just the calendar and contacts, especially because I think those are also things that you'll probably use. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click back on Outlook, and it takes me back into Outlook. But I'd also like to point out to you that whether I did that or not, so if I go back here to Office 365, at any point in time when I click on that waffle button, okay, or that start button that's up on the top left, that always gives me access to all of the apps that I have access to. I might see all of them there, I might not. If I click on all apps, they're alphabetical. Do you guys like alphabetical? Anybody in alphabetical? Me too, I'm very alphabetical. So for me, this is alphabetical, and now I know I can get to my calendar almost right up at the top. So that's something that might be beneficial to you. Notice you also have an ellipse button. I said if you click the ellipse button, it'll never hurt anything. So let's see. Oh, I could open this in a new tab. I could actually pin this to the launcher, meaning now it would be pinned and I would see it there. So if you use your calendar a lot, this could be something that could save you a little bit of time by just pinning it to a different location. Those pins are going to be everywhere in our applications before too long, telling us that you could pin something and it'll stay, right? Whenever you see a push pin, it's just like, you know, on a board. I grew up in the 80s, so we had a lot of boards. We pin stuff to a board, right? Go ahead.
When you say pin it to your launch, that means that your launch screen will then have calendar on it?
Yeah, so here, if I do that, so I pin it to my launcher, the launcher is technically going to be this button, and then I should see it right there. Does that make sense?
Oh. That's the launch right there.
Right. So so that's another term for your waffle button. It's also called your app switcher. Now they also just called it the launcher. It's a launcher. But it launches the apps, so it makes sense, right? If you're going to Mars or not. Sorry. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so again, the app switcher, the waffle button, it'll take me to all of the different apps that I can get to. And instead of just going to Outlook, if I just needed to go to the calendar, I could just go to my calendar. And it's taking me into Outlook, into my calendar. So now I'm in my calendar. Okay. At this point, I'd like you to notice that I do have, this is something they also introduced to us in regular Outlook, is that you have, like, you could add the United States holidays calendar so you can see the United States holidays. You could also turn off any calendar. If I click here on my calendar is gone now. So I'm not seeing my calendar. This is like the little check boxes that you see in Outlook that you could turn on or off a calendar. Then they have very exciting other calendars that you can create. It's so exciting. And then basically what this is they overlay over top of each other. So if there's a United States holiday, let's see, when's the next holiday? Did I skip it? Oh, don't they have Good Friday?
Good Friday should be in there.
Keep going.
Okay.
Good Friday's really late
Yeah, it's really late this year.
in April.
April.
Yeah, it's in
April.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's in April.
I guess obviously I don't think about I'm kind of busy. Oh, tax day, that's very important, right?
Yeah.
Look, I have a Desi day. You have to have one once in a while. Anyways, okay, so again, my calendar, I can see my calendar plus any other calendars, and this would be if you have any other calendars that people have invited you to, you can turn those on. It's almost just like the rest of Outlook where I can go forward and back through the months. I can go forward and back through whatever I'm looking at here. If you see here, I could actually go years. So I could go to 2021, I could go wherever. Okay, then they also have, I can create a calendar event. Notice there's not a meeting or an appointment, okay? In Outlook, we have appointments or we have meetings. They're both the same thing basically, and it just changes a couple things if you switch from an appointment to a meeting. An appointment is for me, and a meeting is for me and somebody else, where I get the send button and I get a couple other things. So here, if I create a calendar event, what it does, first of all, this is the same fields that you see in Outlook. So it's exactly the same thing, and it's your calendar, so it's doing the same thing. If you look here, this is a calendar event. It doesn't mean that I have to send it to people, okay? It doesn't mean that I have to add people. But what you'll see is my appointment will change to a meeting if I add people, okay? So if I go here and I say, oh, I do need somebody to attend, as soon as I do that, this button right here changed from save to send. So if I take that person out and let's say I don't have any attendees, now that button is a save button and it's just an appointment. Does that make sense? So again, it's an appointment for me, it's a meeting for me and anybody else. Okay, another thing that I would like everybody to notice, let's see if it actually is the exact same way here. Okay, so does anybody use all-day events ever?
Yes.
You guys use all-day events? It just lets people know that you're, on an all-day event. Usually, when I go on all-day events, I am out of the office. What about you guys? Most of the time? Okay. I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to show you it in Outlook too. Every time you mark yourself as an all-day event, it marks you as free. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in Microsoft anything, and it's been my entire career, the whole entire time. So if I check the box for an all-day event, I'd like you to look down here in the show as and see what happens. So I'm gonna be on vacation, I have a surgery, I have whatever. I'm gonna click all-day event, and it marks me as free. What? That just seems counterintuitive.
Does it mean that you're out of the office?
No, it doesn't.
It means free?
Yes, free, like, go ahead, schedule me. I'm just kidding. I would say away, okay? So I teach Outlook a lot, and I teach at some organizations where we're really intensive on our calendars, and that's actually a little gotcha thing that we teach to people, just so that You know, if everyone here looks at the calendars for everything, it's important for that to be accurate. Especially like, it could even be that I'm working elsewhere, right? Because sometimes all day events, I'm just working remotely that day.
Right.
It doesn't mean you can't contact me. So this right here is actually it's called free busy, okay? And this is something that everyone in our organization can actually see everyone else's free busy time. We don't have to share our calendar with anybody for them to be able to see our free busy time, which is helpful. The other thing is when I start adding people to my events, so I'm going to uncheck the all-day event here, and now I'm going to add somebody to my event. All right. Okay, so when I add somebody, this right here, this schedule updates based on that person and my schedule's free busy information, okay? So something that I would see is as I add somebody in here on that time at that day, it would actually show me here if they're working elsewhere, if they're busy, if they're away, or if they're free, right? So that's a communication thing that, again, happens without me asking any questions. Has anybody ever had to set a meeting for 10 people and then you have to reset it like 14 times, right? Just to try to get it.
Your hand down there.
Okay, so I live in the real world. So that's something that's, again, really good for us to remember. And it's really, you know, it's etiquette, right? It's just us being upfront with whatever it is.
Could you
Yeah.
show that, if you selected a couple of people, just to show how their calendars?
Yeah, absolutely. The problem that I have is I don't have a lot of access to a lot of people's calendars, but let me see.
You only say that if you have access to their calendar?
Well, no, okay, so let me quantify this a little bit. I have my own business, and this is only a one-person environment. So I'm not seeing the other people I work with. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So in your environment, you would actually be able to see, as you add, first of all, when you click in here, you'll actually see everybody's names that you usually email, right? And when they're from the same domain, okay, so when those users are from the same domain, then it automatically updates my free busy with your free busy.
Whether they share their calendar with me or not?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. And this one, if you see, it says no information because they're not sharing their information with me.
Okay.
So, but again, what I would see is as I change this, and actually I'll show it to you in Outlook too, just so you can, there's a little different interface, but it's in the same place. You'll see it in the same place. And that, again, will help you set up meetings, hopefully for times when people are available as opposed to when they're busy.
But that's like only internal people though, right?
Yes.
Would it be okay, yeah, so.
Unless they share their calendar with you.
So if they're Office 365 people and they share their calendar
Yes.
with you and they're outside,
Yes.
I'll be able to.
Yes, yes, so that's what you do. And they have an option, so when they share their calendar with you, they can share only free busy.
Right, okay.
They don't have to share anything more than that because that's all you need.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Awesome. And then, the other thing is, for us, it's super duper key, that whole, the all day, because we have a lot of travelers.
Ah,
So
perfect.
that's super important, knowing I'm available to take calls,
Yep.
you know, be on whatever.
yep,
So
yeah,
that's super key.
yeah. And so then I'll show that too in regular Outlook as well, okay? So we'll have a few more minutes for Outlook Web App. I'm going to spend more time on Outlook because you're going to be using that application more often than you'll be using Outlook Web App. But I want you to understand that it's really the same things in both places. Go ahead.
But maybe you're going to cover this, so if you are, then
That's fine.
the options in web apps, so if you want like to create my signature and, you know, insert my signature,
Yeah.
that, I have questions on that.
Yeah, yeah, actually, that's actually what I want to do, again, before we go to break, so that we can make sure that you see that stuff, because in a pinch, I forgot to do my out of office, and I'm in, you know, Argentina. Whoops, I didn't bring my laptop with me. You can get to this in Argentina in a cafe. I've tried it, not in Argentina, but other places. I went to Key West one time, and I went with 3 of my friends, and they thought they were so brilliant. They tricked me, and they took my laptop bag and put it back in my house before we left. I managed a network, and I was like, I can't go. We got to the airport, and I'm like, I'm going back home. Like, I can't go to Key West. I can't go on vacation. It was horrible. I found a cafe. It worked okay. Just kidding. So we don't have to be tied to all of our technology anymore. I think that's a nice thing, you know. Most of us, we at least have our phone, right, or we have something that could remind us of the ways that we could connect when we're sitting at this internet cafe and whatever's happening. My mom went to Israel. She was able to email from, you know, from one of those locations, because how can my mom go somewhere for a month and not call me? Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. Really? She thought she was going to go away for a whole month and not call her daughter. That is absurd. So she emailed me. It was very nice. Okay. Okay, so I also want to point out just a couple other things that are here. Again, when I add attendees, I get the send button, so I'm going to send it to them. I have a title, I have a location, you have the body, so you have a body. There's also another extra thing you could do, and that's add an email reminder. They're already going to get the notification. Does anybody ever come to your meeting like 20 minutes late and like, oh, I totally forgot we had a meeting? But you know they got a notification, right? Now you could also send them an email reminder too. So they'll get an email besides the reminder. We're having a meeting. Just kidding.
We get,
I like that.
It happens. It happens. It's real.
It's annoying.
And some of us are really busy, and we don't always, you know, look at whatever it is at that moment. And wow, I was across the campus. I was here. I didn't notice right now, you know. But this way you get more than one reminder. It's beautiful. Okay. Then there's, if you see up on the top here, there's discard, there's attach. So I could even attach a file to a meeting invitation. The Skype meeting, I'm still using Skype for Business. There's also a term called Teams, which is really an instant messaging tool. And eventually, you guys will probably get to that point. Zoom is this tool that you're using for this meeting today, okay? And that's a meeting interface. Skype for Business and Teams can be like that. So it's really a communication tool, but just wait, it's so much more. So eventually, you'll get to all of that stuff. I'd love to come back and show you more. Anytime, call me. Anyways, the charm, this is something I just recently started using that. How many people have ever you guys know that the pound sign isn't really a pound sign anymore? It's called a hashtag now.
yeah.
It's still a pound sign, but we call it a hashtag. And that's to tag things, right, that we want people to find. I had a dog, he passed away last year, but he's an amazing dog. And he was just whatever. He was like a gift to the world, not just to me. Like, he helped so many, he went to nursing homes with me, he went to whatever. Anyways, I have this hashtag that's hashtag Orion a buddy, because that's what one of my little friends called him, and I was like, oh, that's such a cute name. But if you go to Google, you could actually see all kinds of pictures of that hashtag, okay? So that's hashtagging something so I can find it later. That's just an example on the internet, but what I've found out about these picture tags, okay, is they're gonna be like hashtags eventually. So I don't know if you'll ever use this. It could be 10 years before you use it, but these charms I've started using for myself. I do all my own books. I'm not in accounting. I really kind of hate accounting, but because I have my own business, I have to do all my own everything. So I've had to learn a lot of stuff, which I actually learned QuickBooks, so I can teach that now. Yay! Very exciting, even though I hate accounting. Anyway, I've started using these tags right here for things to remind me of what it was, because I have expenses and I have that kind of stuff. So I've actually started using the plane for when I have a plane trip. I've gone on a couple train trips, so I've used those, but I use the car. So those things, to me, what I'm using them for is just reminders of what these trips are about. So I don't know if you'll use these at some point or not, but they seem very exciting. I'm just kidding. You can see they can be personal too, because you could just be a soccer mom.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Give me an example where you would use that.
Where I use it, I actually use it, so I use it in my
You
appointments. If you
create
notice,
it.
my calendar is full.
Right.
Or you
So I actually use all those picture tags on all of my meetings for myself.
And that
And-
gives you some piece of information.
Yeah, Yeah, so what it does for me is it actually puts a little tag on it, and when I add it to my QuickBooks thing, it actually shows me, because I tied it in QuickBooks, I tied it to one of my expense things.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how I'm using it, which I think that's further than probably most people have thought to use it, but again, because I do all my own stuff, I'm trying to make sure, have you guys heard of AI, artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find an artificial intelligence that'll like travel in my car with me and double check my calendar and make sure that I'm going to the right place at the right time. All these things. I actually, it's one of those things that's kind of hard because I don't have an assistant, you know? I was actually going somewhere on Wednesday. I go somewhere else every day. And I'm like, wait, am I going to the right place? Right? So for me, in my life, this has become so real and it's helping me a lot.
Okay.
Yep. I actually also use it for like, if I had, I've been using that little pill there. I think it's a pill. I've been using the pill if I have a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment. Then I know that that appointment doesn't pertain to work. Any expenses don't relate, right?
It's a quick way for you to look at your calendar and know what that is.
Yeah, yep, 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 absolutely. Then as if that's not enough, there's even more. Have you guys seen the colors?
Yeah.
The colors are in Outlook. You can sort, you can filter by the colors, so the colors are real. Whatever colors you have in Outlook will show up in Outlook web app as well. Okay, oops, I went a little bit too far. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my username here, and then I'm gonna go to my account. And my account gets me to some of the personal stuff that I have here, but if you see there's a settings button there, there's also this settings button here, okay? So this is a place that you could get to your personal options in the cloud. And if I go to this settings button up on the top over here, it takes me to, first of all, Office 365 settings, which is where I just went to. Does that make sense? Okay. This is my default theme. We saw that when we clicked on our profile button. Start page we saw. Notifications we saw. So this is the basic settings that I have. Now what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to go back into Outlook, because when you're in Outlook, you will see different settings. Okay? So my point to this is really to help you to understand there's some basic Office 365 settings. Okay? Then if I'm in Outlook, so here if I go in Outlook, and I could be in Outlook, I could be in Contacts, I could be in Calendar, or I could be in Tasks, any one of those. And now, since I'm in Outlook, when I click on the gear button, I actually see more. And if I go down, actually, first of all, right here, you can see what I said, if I'm out of the office, right, and I forgot to set my out of office, it's right there. It's the first thing you see. So I've just gone to Outlook. I just go to the gear button, and I could do my out of office replies. This is connected to your Outlook, so Outlook would know you're out of the office. Outlook web app would know you're out of the office. There's a feature to this that you could turn it on or off automatically. So when you schedule your vacation on your calendar, you could also come to automatic replies, and you could send them automatically from this time to this time. You can also block your calendar for that period. You can automatically decline any new invitations that come during that period, and you can decline and cancel all of your meetings during that period. Whoa. That's a lot of power, more power than we've ever had before. So, okay, so that's just your automatic replies. If I look down here, there's some display settings, some other things that we see. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll a little bit further down here, and now you can see there's actually your app settings, and it says Mail, Calendar, People. That's what I want to go to.
You know what,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. So I went under, so I'm in settings, but I don't have those same options. So did
Are you in Outlook?
I went under my account.
Okay, so go to Outlook in the cloud first.
Yes.
Okay, now when you click on the gear button, if you scroll further down, Now you should see Office 365, mail, calendar, people, and Yammer settings. No?
View all Outlook settings. Yes. There we are. Thank you. Okay. I was in just my account. Okay.
Yeah, so there's
There
your
we
mail
are.
settings right there.
There.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna click on my mail settings because this is something that's useful to understand, and it's how you're gonna interact with the Outlook web app. So here, look on the left side, there are a lot of settings that are here. So this is just like the background settings that are in Outlook. As Yvette said, there's, let's see, my signatures, they're here somewhere. Automatic replies, there's inbox and sweep rules, message options. If I go to message options, this is the message options that's going to happen on my computer when a message comes. Read receipts, there's reply settings. If I click on reply settings, you can see this is like that default setting when we saw in Outlook. You could change it from reply to reply all. Excuse me. Undo send. Come on, that's exciting. So if you go in your mail settings, at the bottom of the basic mail settings, there's undo send, and you can undo your send up to 30 seconds. You can just do it 5 too if you want. Like you test yourself. I'm just kidding. When I saw that, I thought it was so very cute. Okay, so there's some other options that we have here: block or allow, connected accounts, forwarding. Actually, if you go to POP and IMAP, so if I go to accounts and then POP and IMAP, these are the settings that I might need on my phone to make sure that I can connect to Outlook on my phone. So, attachment preferences, then in the layout is where you see signatures. So here you can see there's conversations, how many people like the fact that in Outlook you could go to conversation mode? Has anybody seen that? You like it? Some people like it, some people don't like it at all. That's why they give us a way to turn it on or turn it off. If you've ever used Gmail, you've probably been in a conversation mode where it shows you your mail messages based on conversations, right, rather than inbox and the sent items and that stuff, okay? So if you don't like it, don't worry about it. You don't have to use it. If you like it, you can use it. Then I go to email signatures. Email signature, this is the signature for Outlook web app. This is something that is different than out of office. Out of office, we have the same setting for each. So I set it in one place and it's on in both. The signatures, you do have a separate signature in Outlook web app than you do for Outlook. I'm not exactly sure why still, but it is. What I do is I just go into Outlook, I copy my signature, and I come here and I paste it. Or obviously, if you see, there's a font bar or a format bar, so you can insert, you can even insert a picture in there if you want to. So, but you could also just copy and paste and then save that, and that's your signature. Okay, focused inbox. This is Microsoft thinking ahead for you. We're welcome. This one is messages that you don't do something with for a period of time. So like I don't touch that message for 3 days. The next time I go to my mailbox, or when that happens next week and I receive those messages, they will actually be sitting in my other instead of my focused mailbox. I don't know. Microsoft has also given us this button that's called Focus on Content. And what it does is it just like gets rid of the extraneous stuff. Do you guys know shiny object people? That's what I think of this. I want to focus on something, right? I live in a family of salespeople, and they're all just shiny objects. Like, like wait, concentrate just for a second, you know? So it's like that focus, right? And that's kind of the thought process behind the focused inbox. Link preview. This is that if you have links, even if you have a hyperlink in an email that shows you like Google, right? If you hover over that hyperlink in the body of an email, it'll actually show you a little thumbnail and it'll show you a preview of that website. That's exciting. That's actually going to be really cool as you get into some of these other cloud things, because like when you're looking for a file in the cloud instead of in your file server, when you hover over the name, you'll see a thumbnail of the document. So if you're in a folder that has 12 Word documents and you're trying to think, oh, which one of these did I want? You don't have to open the files to actually see it. You could just hover over it, see the thumbnail, oh, that's not the one, it's this one. Does that make sense? So all of these things, they're trying to give us little ways that will save us a little bit more time. Message format, basic. Message list, how you're going to see your message list. This one here contains the pins. So this one here, what it is when you're looking at a message in your inbox, when you hover over that message, you'll see these buttons, okay? I have found the delete button to kind of be a confusing button to be there because you could accidentally hover over a message, delete it, and not realize that you've done that, okay? So I have helped a few people actually remove delete from here so it doesn't actually allow you to delete them on the fly like that. I'll show you in my inbox here where you can see that. Oh. I have a little lag. I don't know why. Zoop. Wow. It's one of the most annoying things in the world. Okay. Okay, so when I'm hovered over a message, okay, I see these quick actions, and delete is right here. Can anybody think you could possibly accidentally delete a message that you didn't mean to? So for that reason, you might want to change your quick action buttons, right? Especially if you do it. If you accidentally delete something, take the button away. That's what I would say. Just make it a lot easier for yourself. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so again, the quick actions that you see. Then there's also the reading pane, and the reading pane, this is basically just what I'm going to see as the reading pane. I could show the reading pane on the top, I could show it on the bottom, or I could not show it at all. Excuse me, the default is the reading pane to the top. So. All right, so what I'd like to do now is go into Outlook. Looks like Outlook.
When you say you're going into Outlook,
Pardon me?
what does that mean? The Outlook is this message, calendar, email function, right?
Right. So
Okay.
we were just in the tool that's called Outlook Web App, okay? And that's the web version of Outlook. This is what we call a desktop version of Outlook.
Okay, gotcha.
So if you look at this, this is my mailbox, okay? So this is the tool that we would use on a daily basis that's already installed on our computer that gives us access to mail, calendar, people or contacts, and tasks. So that's what Outlook is. And again, the last tool that we looked at is Outlook, but it's the Outlook web app. So that's the difference between it. Okay. At this point, here, if you see, if I'm in a folder here, okay? So when I'm in Outlook, I can see almost the same thing as when I was in Outlook web app. What I have is I have the message list, and then I have a reading pane where it's actually showing me that message that I'm selected on the message list. We also have the navigation pane that's along the left-hand side. So really, it looks almost the same as what we were just in. If you notice, in favorites, I have the same folders in favorites here as I had there, right? So this is just another, copy of what I have in Outlook. Does anybody think they'd never use favorites? It seems like it's silly. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to have it. You could collapse it. You can also remove it so it doesn't waste your space. So any of these things that you find that, well, that might be useful, that would be not useful, whatever, you can change it. Excuse me, I'd like you to notice there's a little arrow that's up there. I said, if you click arrows, it's not going to hurt anything, so I'm going to click all arrows. If I click this arrow right here, it actually just collapsed down my navigation pane, okay? So what I'd like to show you is there's an ellipse on the bottom here. I can get to other stuff. If I look back up there, there's another arrow. That's a back arrow. So if I click that, I'm going to see, oh, it looks like I bring that right back. Now I'd like you to notice the push pin. Okay, so that has the same functionality that the push pin has in other places. If I don't know it already, okay, if I click back over here, it's just going to hide that navigation pane again. So if I come here and I click, whoops, to bring that back, I wanted to see it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this arrow, and then I'm going to click the push pin, and now it's back for good. Does that make sense? So again, the arrows aren't going to hurt you. Sometimes you might want to pay attention to what you did with the arrow so you could come back from that. Okay. Then, if we look up at the ribbon, we have a lot more in the ribbon here than we had in the Outlook web app. Okay, so there's a lot more features that we see here. Another thing I'd like you to notice is down on the status bar, underneath those buttons in the navigation pane, it says items 2, reminder 7, send receive error. There's some other information that's here, and there's actually a zoom. Has anybody used Zoom here? You could zoom this up so you could actually see it. Brilliant. Zoom is I just got my first readers, so helpful. Yeah, I need one. Does anybody on the short end of readers? I need the one. You can't find one anywhere. You could go to a dollar store and find 8 pairs of 1.25. Those are too strong for me. I know.
I use 1.7.
I'll get there, I promise.
Don't be in a hurry.
I'm not in any kind of a hurry, not at all. Okay, so the tabs of the ribbon. These buttons do change a little bit. The buttons and the look of the buttons have changed. As if you were in your Outlook version on your computer right now, you can see these buttons look a little bit different, but they're the same buttons. So there's new email, there's also new items. Just like I said when we were in the Outlook web app, if I'm in an email and it makes me think I want to, create a meeting, I could do that. I could do that here from my mailbox. I could do it from mail, wherever I am, it doesn't matter. If you remember, I mentioned that ignore and cleanup, okay? These are two, well, I don't use the ignore button very much, but I do use the cleanup feature, which also ties into that conversation view. So what I'm going to show you here, and this is the same in your version of Outlook or in this version of Outlook, okay? So you could actually see this at your desk if you wanted to. But at this point, if I click on the View tab that's up in the ribbon, so this is like your other Office applications where you have File, Home. Here there's Send and Receive, and there's Folders, and there's a View tab. If I click on the View tab that's up in the ribbon, I'd like you to notice the second group of commands that there, it says Messages, and there's a checkbox to Show as Conversations, okay? That box, what it would do is it would actually allow me to show my mailbox as conversation view instead of this flat view that we're all used to. So that's how you could turn it on if you want to. Because we have that option, when I go to the Home tab in the ribbon, there's something that ties in with that feature, and that's in the Delete group of commands. You have 2 buttons that correlate to that. There's a way that you could ignore a conversation, and that's like I mentioned before with that company picnic, and I'm not going to attend, so I don't really care. I could ignore a conversation. You have to remember, it tells you here, move current and future messages in the selected conversation to the deleted items folder. That's what it tells you. Then I have this other one. This I use. I use this every single Friday. Today's Friday. I have to go home and do it. It says clean up. It says remove redundant messages in the selected conversation. This has saved me tons of time in my life. I've been an instructor for almost 13 years now. And for that whole time, I teach almost every day. And I have before class starts, a break, lunch, and after. Other than that, I have my nighttime that I can actually take care of email and that kind of stuff. And I try to spend as little time on my personal time as I want to. So I don't clean up my mailbox. I don't delete messages very often. I don't know if that message is going to be reply all. I don't know how long I might need to keep these messages. But I have always, on Fridays, thought, you know what? Let's take 20 minutes and let's clean up the mailbox. So sometimes I would go and I would sort by the subject. And now I see all the messages that are in that subject, and then delete the ones that I think I shouldn't have to deal with, and that kind of stuff. That would literally take me at least a half hour, usually more like an hour of time, every single Friday to clean up my mailbox as best as I thought I could. This button takes me about 3 seconds every week, and it's more trustworthy than I am. What? That's crazy. So the way that it works is it will remove anything that's redundant in this conversation. A coworker of mine and I, we thought, let's break it. We could break it, come on. You could trick it, right? We couldn't trick it. Every message that you send has a serial number in the top of the header of the first message that's in a conversation. Every subsequent message, whether it's a reply all, forward, it doesn't matter, that all has that same header in it, and it's all a part of that same conversation. So what happens is when I click this button, if I have a thread of messages that started on Monday, and by Friday we have like, oh, there's about 17 people that replied all, right? And then there's these 2 people that replied, and then there's somebody that changed the message somehow and whatever. So I could have, let's say, 40-some messages from the same conversation sitting in my mailbox on a Friday. They include my replies too. Anything in my sent items is also in that conversation. So when I click this button, it gets rid of all redundant messages in any conversation in my entire mailbox. And literally, it will get rid of hundreds of messages every single time I run this tool, and it takes me 3 seconds to do it.
So it'll
Now
do
we want to try it.
any conversation.
Any conversation. Yep. So the way that I trigger it is I click on the button, and I say clean up folder and subfolders. And what it does is it says, okay, all redundant messages in the current folder and its subfolders will be moved to the deleted items folder. There are settings to it. You could say never remove unread messages, never remove certain, so you can set up rules to how it works.
Okay.
But I've set up I've used mainly the basic rules, other than I've allowed it to delete unread messages because that's fine with me. And when I do this, usually what I do is I look down, usually I sit in my inbox and then I look down at the items that are there, and it'll show you how many unread items, and I'll watch, and it'll be hundreds of messages that it gets rid of like that. So amazing. Brilliant. And I've never had to go and recover those messages, but if you had to, they're sitting in your deleted items. So you can still get to them, right? All of your deleted items stay there until you delete them. Even if they have a setting, there's a way that you could delete everybody's deleted items every 30 days. There's a way you can recover them from there for the next 30 days. So you can still get your messages if you needed to. But I've done this for probably about 3 years now, and it works, and it saves me literally that half hour of my life every single Friday. Now I get to go for an extra walk or whatever.
Yeah, help me a little bit. So if you had 17 people on an email, right, and then
Yep.
all week, you're training all week, you're not responding to that
Right.
thread.
But I'm receiving.
But you're receiving
Yes.
all these replies, everyone's
Yep.
replying, all, you're getting all this stuff. You get that on a Friday afternoon, it deletes all the ones except the most recent one. But what if 3 people specifically sent you just one email? It keeps
So-
those 3 as well?
No. So, yeah, or does it keep those? Yes. So it only removes anything that's redundant.
That's redundant.
Yep.
Okay.
Only remove
okay.
anything.
Has that header.
Yeah, so what you have to remember
Okay.
about this is there are some messages that are reply all, some that are reply, some that are forward.
Right.
Right, so all that, it's all taken care of because it's all in the same conversation. And if it changes something, so if my message changes something in that message, you're gonna see both of the messages.
So what's left in my inbox?
You could have, usually what I have is out of messages, like 70 in a conversation, I'll have 2 or 3.
Okay. It would just keep those ones that were reply only to you that were unique. than whatever huge group one that might have been going out.
Yep.
Okay.
If you wanted something back, it's when you delete it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Track it.
right,
Couldn't get it back, right.
right. If you need it, you'll get it back. Exactly. Okay, so that's, and again, remember the ignore, because ignore means I will never receive another message from this thread in my mailbox. And if it was important, excuse me, you shouldn't do that.
Retrieve it?
You could also change the rule if you wanted to, but I just wouldn't use, I don't use ignore. I've actually never used ignore. But I see where there could be use for it, if that makes sense. Junk, this does have junk email settings. If you mark something as junk, that's all you need to do. If you remember in the Outlook web app, they mentioned junk and phishing. If you don't know if this is phishing or if it's junk, just mark it as junk. It doesn't really matter, okay? All of that information, because you're using a cloud tool, it's actually going up, eventually it's going up to the Microsoft tool, and it's going to be, Microsoft says they're going to have the best spam filter anywhere within a short time, because all of us as companies are building into their spam filter. So, okay, then there's the response section. There's reply, reply all, forward. Then there's also an option here where you could forward as an attachment if you needed to. So you would forward this message to somebody, but this message would actually just be an attachment in the email. I don't see many uses for that, but again, you might. Okay. Next section that we at least refer to is something that's here. It's called quick steps. Okay. So in quick steps, this is something that you could program yourself. Okay. This has actually been a part of Outlook since 2010 or 2013. Has anybody seen it or used it? It can automate things for you, but you initiate it. So it's not like a rule. Does anybody ever have a rule in your mailbox? I used to receive a lot of mails from this, email address. I put them into a certain folder by default. Rules are still there. That's automatic rules. This is you initiating something. And what this is I can initiate something that's going to kind of help me. If I look at, okay. So I'm going to click on this create new button. So I can create a quick step. I've actually seen up to 8 actions in one button. So usually, the way that I try to make examples out of this is something that's real in my life. So when I was a manager, we were actually owned by a university, and that university had a bunch of things that happened every quarter. So when I received these messages from the university, I was then responsible. They only sent them to managers, and I was responsible to send the information on to my team. A lot of times that prompted me to have a meeting with my team because it was a policy upgrade, it was a paperwork thing, it was whatever it was. So I actually have a rule in my inbox that would say, I think it was team policy, whatever. So that's what I called the rule. And what it did was it did a bunch of different things just by me clicking this one button. So when I received the message from HR, I would click it, and I would click my quick action, and it would flag the message for follow-up for this week Friday, because I always like everything to come this week Friday, whatever this week is. So it flagged it for follow-up. It also categorized it as HR, because I used the color for HR for categories. So it did the colorize too. It also did a forward of the message and put my team in the two for me, okay? And then the other thing it did is it moved the message to the correct folder. And again, it wasn't something I automated with a rule. It was something that I actually needed to read and see it and then click on the button to do it. So again, I've seen up to 8 different actions in any quick step. The ones that are there for you, they're there really to give you an idea of how they work. So you don't really need the ones that are there, but you could look at them to give you an idea of what you could do. To me, I just delete all of them, and then I start from the create new, because again, it's multiple steps that you can create here. If you see here, I could move a message to a folder, mark it as read, I could categorize it, I could flag it. So you can do any amount of different things. The most I've seen and still working was 8. And that saves you quite a bit of time clicking on buttons. right? So again, all these little things should save you time. All right. Move, this is where we could see rules if we wanted to. Another thing that you'll see, if you see up here, there's move. This is actually to move to a specific folder if I need to. In the tag section, this is where I could flag for follow-up. The one thing I tell people about flagging for follow-up is if you want a reminder on it, okay? Do you guys flag for follow-up? Do you guys like the reminders? Any of the buttons up above custom don't do a reminder by default. It's so silly. Like, I have to go back into it and then set up the reminder. Why would I do that? So what I do is I actually, anytime I ever flag something for follow-up, I go right to custom because it opens the box and it allows you to do all the things you might need to do. That might save you at least a second, maybe a second and a half. You're welcome. Okay. Then there's categorize. This is how I could categorize my messages. Have you guys ever used categories in a team? There was one instance where a company that I worked with, we actually used their calendar, the colors on our calendar. And when I looked at my calendar, if I saw, it was a company that had 4 branch offices. So if I saw my meeting as blue, I knew I was going to Appleton. If it was green, it was Madison. If it was yellow, it was Brookfield. If it was another color, I had to look at the, you know, because it was somewhere local or whatever. So in that instance, our whole company used the colors. The way that we did it and what we found out is that you actually, we actually had to print out what our colors were and the names and the spellings. If we all use exactly the same spelling and exactly the same color, they're team colors and team categories, which could be useful at some point in time. Okay, and then marking red is unread. That's pretty straightforward. The next section, this is just your address book. Look, there's read aloud. So because we have the feature where we could dictate, right, that means we also could just click a button and have our messages read to us. So exciting. I try this, I do this one in the car. It's fun. I like read all my messages to me and it just reads all my messages. Then at some point I have to turn that off. But read. What's that? Yeah, it goes, yeah, so it goes from the top down in your mailbox, whatever way you have it sorted. So yeah, that's nice. That's something that this came to me, read aloud, and that the dictate button, those came to me in the end of December. So again, some of these things are really brand new to most of these applications. Okay, then I'd just like to mention one other thing that you see here, because this button, I don't think I've seen enough people use it, and that's the button that says tell me. Has anybody noticed that light bulb? I think you have it in your 2013 versions of applications, but just so you know what the light bulb means, okay? The light bulb is help, but not just help. It's actually help plus. What they've done with help, they've actually added a ton to it in these last 2 versions. So only 2016 and 2019, which is a newer version. But when I start typing something, let's just say I want to figure out how to create meeting. As I start to type something, what it's doing is it's actually looking into the application and into the commands and showing me commands that I could actually use. Then there's more stuff that it does. It actually also is help, okay? So I could click right there on the question mark and it would look up what I've typed here in help. And the last one, this is so big. I'm just kidding. Has anybody used, do you guys use Google? Oh, yeah. As I mentioned Google. Does anybody prefer Bing over Google? Okay, neither does the world. I use Bing once in a while because I get Microsoft points. I don't know what they're going to be added up for. Anyway, so in all of your Office applications, it's called the Tell Me interface. Okay, it's Help Plus. What it does is this smart lookup here would actually open what's called an Insights panel in this application, and it looks whatever you're typing up on Bing. Okay? So if I go to that, just so you can see it, if I go Smart Lookup, it opens the Insights panel, it goes out to Bing, and it searches that for me. A lot of times you see the Wikipedia stuff, like, what? Just kidding. You can see if it's a noun or a verb. It's very beneficial in life, usually. I haven't used the Smart Lookup all that much, but again, it's a feature that you're gonna see, and this is not just in Outlook. This is also in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and OneNote. Does anybody here use OneNote? Have you heard of OneNote, used it? Yay, awesome. OneNote is fabulous. It actually is also a part of every meeting that you have. So if you've never used OneNote before and you're trying to figure out how you could get other people to kind of use OneNote with you, OneNote is one of our office applications. And any meeting that you're ever in Outlook, you actually have a OneNote that you could connect to for like the meeting minutes. I work with about 6 different insurance companies. All of them in the last 5 years have gotten a huge concentration on Outlook in our calendars and that free busy time and all that stuff. And another thing that they've done is they've actually figured out that, so here, I'm just going to click on this new items button and I'm going to create a new meeting. Whenever I create a new meeting, I actually have a little button here that goes to meeting notes, and that's the icon for what's called OneNote. If anybody has never heard of OneNote, my take on it, I grew up in the 80s, okay? When I was a kid, we didn't really have we didn't have a remote for a long time. We had to walk across the room to actually turn the channel. My parents didn't have a microwave until I went to college. I was a little bit late. But they had these things in the 80s that were called trapper keepers. Yeah, and so my mom also didn't buy me a trapper keeper, but I had friends that had them, so I knew the thought process behind the trapper keeper. And then I started having a ring binder with colored folders for each of my classes. Brilliant. It was so smart. Basic, right? But to me, that's kind of what OneNote is, okay? It's like a ring binder, or even better, OneNote you could think of as an expanding file folder, okay? It's an expanding file folder, and what do we have in an expanding file folder? We have other folders, okay? So in OneNote, we have what are called notebooks, and that would be your folder, right? Then you have those individual folders inside there. Those are called sections in OneNote. And then in each section, you can have as many pages as you want to. I've used OneNote for so many different things. What kind of stuff have you guys used? What have you used it for? Organization?
Personal organization.
Personal organization.
My little craft stuff.
Okay. And what have you used it for?
For my HOA.
Ah, awesome. Brilliant. That's a perfect use for it. Yeah. So again, OneNote, it's kind of like Word. It's a little different. There's so many things to it. Plus, you can share it with your team. So that's another thing that we'll start as we get into more of the, phased implementation of the cloud stuff. You might actually talk about notebooks that you might share with people, and then you can, be in the same notebook at the same time. And oh my gosh, it's gonna blow your mind. Okay. So that's OneNote. Notice I'm in a meeting invitation. I'll come back into here in a little bit. I'm going to close out of the meeting invitation that I'm in, but just before I get there, I'd like to note there's dictate. So anywhere you are in Outlook, you have the ability, if you click in the body of something, you could just click on dictate and start talking, and it types for you.
Amazing.
I know, we never have to type again. Yay. I don't like to type anyways. I copy and paste. I use random text. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll close out of that one. So back to Outlook again. Basically, I'm done with the home tab of the ribbon. The send and receive tab of the ribbon, you don't really have to worry about too much, because what happens when you're in a corporate environment is it's automatically sending and receiving. You shouldn't have to do anything about it. If you look down here and you don't see connected to Microsoft Exchange, then there's a problem. Check your internet connection first, whatever you do. Do you guys have a help desk person? I'm just kidding. I used to work a lot of help desk. And I actually had friends of mine that I worked with whose husbands and wives would call me, because when we call help desk, they just tell us to reboot and call them back if I still have a problem. Oh, you guys have been in that? It's fun. Yeah. Usually you just reboot first, right, before you call them. Yes, I've rebooted already. And then what? They don't trust you half the time? Then they tell you to reboot anyways. I'm like, really? I've actually had that, like when you call your, cable company or whatever. Yes, I just rebooted. Well, could you reboot again? Am I in 3rd grade? Okay, anyways. So the send receive tab, you shouldn't really have to worry about too much. the folder tab, this might be helpful for you guys if you want to think about how you manage your folders. The one thing I found to be really, really helpful here is this is one of the simpler ways that you can create what we call a search folder. Do you guys remember I mentioned search before? If anybody has ever used search in Outlook, you absolutely are probably a proponent for it because it's an awesome tool. It really knows how to search. In the folder tab, we have a button here that allows us, the second button on that tab of the ribbon shows us new search folder. So if you search for something all the time, I search for services, or I search for project 1234, or I search for whatever, this client name, or whatever it might be, this person's name. You could actually just click on this button to create a new search folder. And now you create the folder based on what you usually search for. And now what you'll have is you'll have a search folder. Then instead of clicking up here and typing, you just click the folder and it does the search for you. Does that make sense? Try it. It's so beneficial. It's so quick. I've actually worked with a lot of sales reps. Sales reps never have any time, right? They never have any time. These search folders have saved their lives because it's stuff that you search on all the time. Sales reps, they work with the same companies, so they do the search for a person's name or whatever. I have this one gentleman that I work with. He doesn't have any extra folders in Outlook anymore. He has his inbox and like 17 search folders. And that's what he does. He just searches his whole mailbox all the time. He doesn't use the, I sort and I filter and he just uses search and it totally works for him. So again, whatever mentality you use, you should be able to work with that mentality. Okay. Other than that, the other things that are in the folder tab, you could run rules, show all folders A to Z or not. That's something we didn't have a choice of before. They were always alphabetical, so at least we have that. Notice you can also add to favorites. I don't know that these are that useful. You should probably never, ever have to touch the folder permissions. That's something that's default, right? It's your mailbox. You leave the default permissions. Don't change anything there. All right, I'm going to go up to the View tab. In the View tab of the ribbon is where I mentioned that you could show as conversations if you want to. Does anybody remember back in the day, some people would actually set, like, you could do something called conditional formatting, and then I could set all messages from my boss to come in green with this font, right? This is where you can do that. It's in View settings, and it's called conditional formatting. So, again, you go to the View tab in the ribbon, then you go to View settings, which is in the first group of commands, and here it's called conditional formatting. Does anybody use Excel a lot? Use conditional formatting in Excel? It's basically the same thing. Thank God for conditional formatting, right?
Love it.
And then being able to sort and filter by it. Do you guys want to learn Excel? I'd love to. I taught Excel every day this week except for today. Yeah.
Have I think it's on your, like, you have a channel on Facebook or something
Yeah.
like that, you have an Excel.
I have a
like-
YouTube channel, yeah.
Yeah, I like your tips.
Awesome. Well, I'll make more then. I haven't had a lot of time, and I'm pretty busy.
Yeah,
Awesome.
so
That's cool. Yeah, little tips and tricks are so helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to cancel out of this. All right, so again, I'm in the View tab. If you see here, there's an arrangement section. This is how you could resort your mailbox. But when I'm in any tab of the ribbon, I can still resort my mailbox. If I go to the top of my mailbox and I click right here, I can resort based on whatever column I want to resort by. If I'm in different views, so does anybody here not use the reading pane? Does everybody use the reading pane?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's so interesting.
I sort from, like I have all
Yeah.
the numbers and I have.
It's so confusing. Okay, so I'm going to go to the View tab in the ribbon here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Reading Pane button. So in the Layout group of commands in the View tab, I go to Reading Pane and I click the drop down. This is the same as the options in the Outlook web app. You could have it on to the right, you could have on to the bottom, or you could have it off. One of the reasons that I like either bottom or off is because what I can do is I can just simply click on the top of a column and now I can sort by that column. Has anybody ever, do you guys remember that? So I actually I don't like the reading pane, I think it's silly, I'm just kidding. So I click my reading pane off, and then again, I could click on the top of the from column and it resorts. If I click on the top of subject, it resorts. If I click on the top of received, it resorts. So again, reading pane to the right is the one that you only have one by default, and then you click the drop down and then you select what you wanted to. Oh, I just wanted to sort on subject. Now they're sorted on subject. Does that make sense? Go ahead.
So
You can do
by
that.
closing the reading pane, you have to effectively get that middle section to give you more menu options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you
Yep,
can just
and
add.
there's actually more, because I can also, when I'm not in the reading pane at all, so here, if I go to no reading pane, there's actually still an option here in message preview that I could see 3 lines of each email. So if I go to reading pane off, and then I go here and I look at 3 lines, now I'm almost seeing the whole message anyways. And it doesn't automatically mark things as read, right? If you've ever had that issue, like you scroll down and everything got marked as read, and that's not really what you meant, right? So certain things like that, I don't know, Yvette, do you know why you use this view? I use this view because I'm so used to it, and again, my reading pane, it's just extreme. And maybe I'm the focus on content.
Yeah, for me, it's one place to put my eyes, you know,
Yeah.
and eliminate that noise, and then
Okay.
I already have what you just
Okay.
showed, so.
Yeah, kind of the same thought process, if it makes sense. We're all different people. We all do stuff different ways. Whatever way works for you, works for you. So you know there's other options. That's the nice thing. Actually, if you remember, I told you about that favorites thing, and right now I just squashed down or collapsed down my favorites, because I don't know if I'm going to use favorites. That might never, actually be useful to me. So there's an option. If I go to the folder pane, I could actually just not use favorites, and it's not there. So then it doesn't waste my time. Again, Microsoft has given us all these things, but we can take them all away if we don't want them. If you look at the to-do bar, this is actually something that used to be a part of Outlook a long time ago. And the to-do bar, what it does, if you turn it on fully, it shows you the next, I think it shows you 1 month of the calendar, and it actually highlights your next 3 appointments. It shows you your favorites in your contacts or your people, and then it shows you any tasks that are due today or that are overdue. So that's something you could see. It's not on by default, but here if I start clicking on it, you can see it actually shows up on the right-hand side of the interface. Okay, and this is actually something you could turn on or off each one individually if you wanted to. So there's a little X at each one of these. And that's the to-do bar. Okay, then there's something that's really awesome. It's called the people pane. Okay, so I'm making an example out of a message from Yvette since she's from here. I don't want you guys to see everything. Just kidding. Because this is my live mailbox, it is what it is. But you may have seen this before. In your version of Outlook, you may have seen it. This is what's called the people pane. It shows me who's on this message, okay? Eventually, once you guys get your pictures in there, you're going to start seeing the picture of all the people that are on this message. It's exciting, right? It's very exciting. Okay, so this is actually bigger use, though. I'm going to click this expand button. This will actually show you, I'm looking at an email that I just received this morning. From here, I can see all messages that have gone back and forth between me and Yvette. And I can see all attachments that have been sent back and forth between me and her. And I can get to all the meetings that we have set between me and her. So this is way more than just an individual, look into what you're actually seeing. So in every single email message, and by default, this people pane is collapsed, okay? So it's collapsed down. One of the ways I did use this, remember I alluded to when you send a delivery receipt, right? You might send a delivery receipt if a company goes under. That's because that was from my experience. One time, one of the companies I worked with, we weren't receiving messages back. They hadn't paid invoices in a while. We were like, are they still in business? We don't know. So one of the things that we did was we started to pay attention to people pain and had all the users that were sending them emails pay attention to people pain. Eventually, what ended up happening is people pain changed. It was going to a personal email address. So yeah, their business went under. So there's little things that, you know, that could help you with. The other thing is, while I'm in an email, hey, I sent you that meeting invite. Why didn't you respond to it? I don't know. When did you send me a meeting invite? I'm going to look at my inbox and see when you sent me something. No. All I have to do is open up the people pane, and I can see all the messages that you sent me. Does that make sense? You don't have to search around your mailbox for stuff. You just look in the people pane. Think about how much time savings we've already spent today. Like, wow. Okay. Beyond all of that, I'm going to close out of this email message at this point. Still in the View tab, that's the people pane. Then there's the reminders window. Sometimes your reminders window comes up and you're like, oh, wait, I'm too busy, and you just close it. Has anybody ever closed your reminders window? And then you're like, wait, where's my reminders? Right? Where's my reminders? I don't know where they went. So this is how you could actually reopen your reminder window anytime you want to. You just go to the View tab in the ribbon, click on Reminders window, it pops it up for you. You guys all work with the snooze and dismiss and all that stuff? It's very exciting. If you ever dismiss a reminder, it will never come back. Always remember that one. I learned that one right off the bat. I think it took me the second time of doing it, and then I was like, oh, didn't I learn this the last time? Whatever. Okay.
Wait, did you go back over that?
Yep.
What do you mean if you dismiss it?
So the reminders window, if you see down here, there's a way that I could snooze this reminder for up to 2 weeks.
Okay, dismissal, I see.
Yep.
So it's like deleting it.
Yeah, well, you're not deleting the message or the reminder or whatever. What you're doing, though, is you're saying, nope, I don't want that one to come up anymore.
Okay.
So it's dismissing it like.
So snooze means it'll come up later.
Correct. Yep. And you can snooze for up to 2 weeks, which is good to remember. Just click the drop. I know most people just click snooze and they're like every 5 minutes, click, click, snooze. Whoops. Nope. I did have a boss. Do you guys remember when the reminders came up individually like this? I had a boss a manager, when I'd walk into her office and she'd open Outlook and go, and open like 6 lines of those reminders. I was like, woo, how do you even keep track? I don't know. Now it's just one box. You can see I have a lot of reminders too. I'm kind of busy. Anyways, okay, then it says close all items. So you could also close all items. Then there's also a help tab. The help tab, look at this. It even shows training. There's a support tool. It's very exciting. This is all from Microsoft. Microsoft is trying to at least help us see that they're trying to give us as much help as possible. So
that's not in the 2013 one, huh?
No, you don't have that, but you do have help. You have a question mark. Do you guys see the blue dot with the white question mark? Or yeah, whenever you see the question mark, that's help. Or nowadays, you might see the light bulb. The light bulb is very exciting. Remember how exciting that one was. Okay, then I didn't really do much on the File tab. When I go to the File tab, just like in the Outlook web app, one of the first things you see is automatic replies. It's the same options as the Outlook web app, and what you do is you could turn it on, or you could program it to turn on and turn off automatically, so you don't have to do that. I find that to be really useful. Has anybody been in that? Like, oh, don't you think you could turn your out of office off now because you're in the office for the last 2 days? I'm just kidding. I have done that though, you know.
It used to happen with the phone.
Right. Yes, that's fun too, right? Yep. Does it happen automatically now? Does it know or not?
Because I haven't done it for a long time.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the most human person I've met. I've done all these things. I've been on vacation and been like, whoops, I forgot my out of office. So yeah, you always have to figure out ways, right? That's, again, it's called automatic replies. That's your out of office tool. There's some other tools you have here. I don't think there's that much that you might look at, but since we looked at the Outlook web app and we look at the options behind it, I'd like to look at those here. So what I do is I go to File tab. Again, when I'm in Outlook, if I click on the File tab, then I can get to the options. So I'm going to click on File tab and then Options, and it takes me to the background options behind Outlook. So the first thing you see is just some general options. This is actually not just for Outlook, but for most of Office. So if you see, there's my username, my initials. Do you guys ever do track changes in Word documents or anything like that? Those initials, that information right there is what goes on as your track changes name. Okay? And then there's some very exciting Office backgrounds and themes you can play with. All right, that's about it. That's on the general. But mail, very important. First thing you want to do, go to your signatures. So again, signatures is something that you can set here. Remember that what I said is when you're in Outlook web app, it's actually separate from Outlook. It's the only thing that I find to be that way. So what I do is usually I'll go here, I'll copy my signature, and then I'll come over into Outlook web app and just paste it so I don't have to think about having a different signature in different places. Another thing you may see is by default, when Outlook first gets installed, the spell checker is not on. It's not on automatically. I don't know why, but you might want to turn it on. So since you're going to go here anyways, just double check these other options, okay? Then if you look here, you can see this is what's going to happen when a new message comes. If you've noticed, there's been a blue box that's popped up every time I've gotten a new email. That's this display desktop alert. It also does the envelope in the corner, and it also plays a sound. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Do you read all that?
You know what, so I have that checked, and I haven't, it's been quite a few weeks that I don't get my message anymore. I noticed that, I'm like, do I not get messages? And then I have my little envelope, but I don't have my messages.
You don't see the...
Right, I don't see it come
You
up.
know what I would do? The first troubleshooting step I would take is turn it off, leave it off for a day, and then go back in tomorrow and turn it on. And just
Uncheck the box. Got it.
It's almost like rebooting.
Okay.
And calling it back to be no problem. But a little different.
Okay. Try that.
Just so.
You know, that's my best thing that I would suggest to you first to try,
Okay.
just to see if that helps. Because then when it's off for a day and then you have to turn it back on, then it might actually.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah. Okay, if I scroll down a little bit here, you can see I have conversation cleanup. So this is the rules behind conversation cleanup. If you see here, it says cleaned items will go to this folder. So I could actually, instead of my deleted items, I could actually have a folder that they go to, like cleaned up or something like that. You can see I don't have all these rules checked. Don't move categorized messages. Don't move flagged messages. And when the reply modifies a message, don't move the original. So again, you could set up those rules for yourself just to make sure that it's not deleting messages that you don't want to. Okay, that's almost everything I talk about on this the mail section, other than one thing, and that's that you go all the way down to the bottom. It's kind of weird that it's in this place, but it's been in this place for quite some time. And this is more of a user thing, okay, how I read my email and how it responds to me. If you look in this mail section all the way at the bottom, down here it says, after moving or deleting an item, open the previous item. The default here is different, and the default is that it would go back to your inbox. To me, usually what I do, and I'll tell you my behavior, and then you can understand what yours might be. Usually what I do is when I open up Outlook, I start from the first message that came whenever I left yesterday, right? And then I go up. And for that reason, open the previous message is my best practice, because when I open this message and I do something with it, then it opens the next message up in the list. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if instead you start from the top and you go down, you might want the next message, or you might just want to leave it as default, and you would basically just go back to your inbox. Nothing is selected. You would have to open to actually do something. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's another one that I usually at least show people. Okay, then past that, there's all these other exciting settings we have to look at. So I'm going to go to calendar. Everyone in the world, when you get Outlook, we all work Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In your time zone, okay? Everyone in the world. So if that's not your time that you work, if you see here, I actually have a different time. The reason I have a different time is because when people set up meetings with me, they get a warning if it's outside of my business hours. And I have meetings from 7 in the morning until at least 6 at night. So that way no warnings go out, and it's one less notification that somebody has to be confused by. It's actually, if you remember the free busy information, the free busy information is also driven by this, which could be helpful to remember because people will actually, when they're trying to set up a meeting for me and I'm not in the office that afternoon, they know it because I've set my time of day. Does that make sense? So I think it's at least helpful to understand that the default might not be your default. Do most people work 8 to 5 or? So I would do it individually for yourselves. The thing, and remember what I said here, because technically I usually work 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but usually I'm commuting for at least an hour, if not 2. And then, you know, so usually I just leave it as a padded time, again, so people don't get the warning. Okay, then just a couple other real quick things. This is actually the colors that you would have for the calendars. If you remember, we can see other people's calendars. When we look at those other calendars, when they're in the different colors, we can overlay calendars, and now my appointments are in my color, yours are in your color, so it's just a way we associate them. Does anybody work on fiscal weeks? Probably not. Some accounting companies work on fiscal weeks. You can show the fiscal week in the calendar, which is nice. Then there's actually, if you see here, a time zone. You could show more than one time zone. The only time I use this legitimately that really helped me, I actually worked with, I wrote a courseware manual with a gentleman from New Zealand. And I forget, it's like they're 11 hours away from us half of the year and 13 hours away from us the other half of the year. And it's really hard for me to hold on to that, so I didn't even bother. I just added his time zone. And what it does is it shows both time zones right next to each other. So when I'm setting up a meeting at 8 a.m., I know exactly what time it is over there. And to me, that's really helpful if you ever work with anybody in a different time zone. Okay, and then just one other very exciting thing. Microsoft is giving us the weather, okay? In your calendar, in Outlook web app and in Outlook, you have the ability to show or not show the calendar or the weather in your calendar. By default, they make it different in different applications. So I think in Outlook, it's actually Redmond, Washington, which is where Microsoft is, which makes sense. But the other one, it's Washington, D.C. Like, why? I don't know. So you can set that. You just click and you change it to whatever your locale is. So it's pretty simple. Okay. And then there's just a couple other things I'll talk about here. We're not really going to talk about groups. That might be something you're introduced to later on. When you hear the term group, okay, it could mean two different things. We're going to go to contacts, and I'm going to show you how you could create your own distribution group, like a group of people that you email together. And then I'm going to warn you about something that you don't want to do. Not yet anyways, okay? And again, this is because you're going to be a part of this phased implementation, and you don't want to, we want to learn about the cart and the horse and work with them at the same, I'm just kidding, same time, approximately. Okay, then tasks. This is just some basic options in tasks. Search, just so you know, this is why it gets highlighted in yellow, because they have it highlighted in yellow. So now you know you could change yours to aqua if you want, or whatever color. Language, if anybody, do you guys ever have to translate? If you ever have to translate in any of your Office applications, you can set one and it's in all of them. They do have all the different dialects from different places, which is also really helpful. I do work with a couple county organizations that have to be able to translate, and in many languages and in many dialects, which is also helpful. Okay, then there's an advanced section. The only thing I mentioned in the advanced section is this one here. Would anybody be scared if it automatically deleted deleted your deleted items every time you exit Outlook? Oh, scary. That was actually the default setting way back in the day. Microsoft never designed the deleted items to be a folder that you go back to. They just wanted you to get rid of stuff, but we all use it differently. It is what it is. Okay, then you could customize the ribbon. I don't know that I would do that. You could also customize what's called the Quick Access Toolbar. The Quick Access Toolbar is the commands that you see above File and Home. In all of our applications, we see undo, redo, and save. You could customize that if you want to. Add-ins, I don't think you'll have add-ins. I'm not sure. You may for like some of your contact stuff or something like that. Trust Center, here's what I tell people. I've been in IT my life. I tell people about the Trust Center, don't touch it. Best thing you can know about the Trust Center. Trust the Trust Center. What this does, I don't know if you guys know, but the first way that viruses really, does anybody remember macros? When you had macros and stuff, you always have to disable or enable or like, I don't know, what should I do, right? That's the Trust Center. Let IT deal with that. Don't even bother with it. You as an end user, you don't want to mess with it because you don't want to be blamed, right? I'm just kidding. You know, every time you point, there's 3 more that point it back at you. My grandmother was the most awesome woman. She taught me that, and life is not fair. By the time I was in 3rd grade, I was like a proponent of, you know what, it's okay, life's not fair. I'd tell kids on the kickball field, it's okay, life's not fair, and they'd hate me. I was like, whatever, it's all good.
Sage wisdom from a 3rd grader.
Kids called me Daisy. I went to a new school in 3rd grade, and kids called me Daisy, and I cried every single day. My name is Desiree. In the 70s, it was pretty hard to figure out how to say Desiree or Desi or whatever, so they called me Daisy, and it was just something I had a hard time with. And I didn't know how hard of a time I had with it until my grandma helped me realize. And she told me every single day, it's okay, Desiree, don't you worry. Life's not fair, and it's okay. It'll come back to you sometime, whatever. I had no idea, but one time this kid, it was probably the 3rd week of school, and the biggest kid, the bully, I'm playing basketball. I played basketball since I was in 2nd grade, so I'm okay at basketball. I'm dribbling, whatever. I scored a basket. This kid, taller than me, come, Daisy, Daisy, Daisy. And I was like, and I don't know what came over me, but I punched him in his gut. I've never fought with anybody ever in my life. But guess what? Nobody in that school called me Daisy after that. Not one person.
You dared to take out the bully.
And the good thing was, me and Bobby Klug, we became best friends. So it was totally good, life and how it works. But yeah, Daisy. Just recently I had somebody call me Daisy, and I was like, oh, that reminds me. It's all good. What are you going to do? Okay, so at this point, if we look at, I guess, the rest of Outlook, so what I want to do at this point is I want to go to, first of all, the calendar. And when I'm in the calendar, this looks almost like what we saw before when we were in Outlook web app. So again, it's really not a huge difference. If you see over here, I still see the calendars, the same calendars. I can check the box and I can see the United States holidays or not. If I look a little bit further down, you can see I can see all of my other calendars too. If I have any of these on, these are also on in the web app. Okay, so you would see the same thing in both locations. All right. Then when I create something, so I'm just going to go back and select just on my calendar again. Oops. Okay. And now when I create a new appointment, it's just for me. So an appointment is just for me, but I could change this into a meeting just like that. So it's really the same interface. It's just a calendar event. If you see here, we see those same fields that we saw before. Start time, end time. Let's see what happens here when I do all-day events. Exactly the same thing, okay? So I'd like you to pay attention to the busy that's up here when I check this all-day event. Why? We have no idea. But if you uncheck it, then it goes back. So here, if I just uncheck it, bloop, it goes back to busy. So let that be something you always visit. That's the best thing I can say about that, is just look at it right before you save or close or send or whatever you do. Just look at it and see what you have. Okay, so again, I said this is an appointment just for me, but if you look up here, there's actually an invite attendees button. If I just click on that invite attendees, now I have a send button, okay? Now I have required and optional, and that's the users that I'm going to put into this meeting. Now, the other thing I also have is a room finder. The room finder is going to be your key to look at the free busy of rooms, of people, of whatever. Are you guys going to have rooms?
Yep.
Okay, so you'll see that, okay, and you'll see that information so you can book rooms for your meetings. Okay, so at this point, if I'll go here and I'll start adding people, and as I start adding people, there's a couple different places that I could actually check the availability of these people. The room finder is one of them. If I click right here on the room finder, it actually opens this room finder. And over here, we have 1 month of the calendar. I can't say that this is colored well, okay? Only because I've played with this in a couple different environments, and it doesn't seem to be exactly as you might think it would be. But I would like you to notice, it says good, fair, and poor. This is like whether you may or may not actually have your meeting. Does that make sense? But it's not like 33, 66. It's not a percentage that we would make sense of. So that's what a coworker of mine, we tried all of these things and we're like, I don't know. We couldn't figure out the process behind that. So again, this should give you, if you see here, this is available rooms. But the more important part of this room finder is this bottom section right here. As I added this other person in here, you can see right here it says 1 conflict, 1 unknown. So this is actually suggested times around that time, and it will show me the most to the least amount of conflicts with the people that are a part of my meeting. So that is something that you could use. Have you seen that? Yeah. Again, the room finder part of it, that top part, I don't know exactly how that works, but I have used the suggested times. And to me, if you've ever had to create a meeting and then change it 3 times just to get all of the attendees to be able to come to your meeting, that's where you're going to see the value in this, okay? If that's not something that you run up against too much, you'll probably never really run into that. And that, I guess, the functionality of it. Okay, so, one other thing that I like to mention, I'm going to cancel the invitation here. And if I cancel the invitation, it just went back to an appointment, not a meeting. The room finder's gone. It's just a meeting just for an appointment just for myself. There are recurrences. There's recurrences in the cloud or in the Office web app. There's also recurrences here. When you do a recurrence, the biggest thing is it has to be in a pattern. If a couple break away from that pattern, that's fine. You go to those individual entries and you change them individually. Let's see. Oh, and end. They actually changed this finally. Microsoft never had an end date. It had no end date on all recurring meetings. One time I was at a company and I'm like, I wonder how far out this goes. So I went out to like 2070. The year 2070.
Oh my God.
All of your recurring meetings are still, I figured, I was born in 1970, so I'm like, I'll be gone then. That's all I need to look for. Okay, so I'll close out of the recurrence. There is categorize. You can use categories in Outlook, in people, in calendars, in tasks, anywhere in Outlook you can use them. There is also the private button. Do you guys use the private button? Yeah, if, again, just to remember this, why do I even put a dentist appointment in my calendar? If it's during the day when people expect me to be at work, I should put it there. Do people need to know where I am? No. So I mark those all as private. So you can just mark anything that you want as private. People still see your free busy, which is the information they need, but they don't see the details of anything. And then dictate, because we have dictate everywhere. It's very exciting. You guys should play with it. Once you see it, once you see that dictate button, just click and start talking. One of the sales reps that I work with, she actually was like, yeah, it's probably like that auto text on your phone. I do that with my son all the time. It's horrible. And I was like, okay. So I turned it on in the background while her and this other gentleman are talking. It literally picked up everything they said. And they're like from me to a little ways away. And like when she said, oh, what is it, blah, 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 blah. And then literally typed blah, 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 blah. Actually, like she said it, I was like, ah, proof.
She changed her mind, huh?
She did actually, and now she uses it. And she does. She's in her car all the time. And that's one of those things, like that literally can save you a ton of time because there is voice activation on most of these tools we have. And we all know what it's like to be behind some driver that's sitting there trying to text, right? I hate that. I drive in traffic all the time. Let's be hands-free, right? Let's be as productive as we need to be with whatever we can be.
Too.
Yeah, exactly. I live in Milwaukee and we have now become the Wild West. So it's horrible. I can't even tell you how, I don't know, because I've lived there for about 17 years or 18 years or something like that, and it's just gone way downhill. People don't care. I don't know. I drive in Chicago quite a bit too. You know, one of the things I saw in Chicago for the first time, and now I see in all big cities, those little rubber flaps that go over your bumpers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't even know about those in Milwaukee. We only have 600,000 people. Like, you could park and, like, everybody parks at least this far away from each other, so you're okay. Is that what they're for, though?
Yes.
Because you see them everywhere. The second time I saw them, I was on the George Washington Bridge, which is like a whole city, right? And I swear I saw like 20 of them. I was like, oh, they're everywhere. I get it. I guess. Next thing I'm going to get. Absolutely. I hate those little dings on my bumper. Okay, so this is, again, the calendar. Does anybody have any questions that we haven't really talked about on the calendar at this point? Actually, if you guys set up meetings, do you look at the tracking? So when you receive a meeting invitation, right? I think I might have a few meeting invitations that I haven't accepted yet. Don't tell anybody. I don't know if any of these are new ones that I haven't accepted, though. Okay, anyway, so I at least have a couple that are meeting invites. So when I open something that comes from a meeting invite, okay, I actually see the buttons up here. If you see it says no response required, that's because I already accepted it. Okay, so I've already accepted this meeting, but I'd at least like you to understand what the options are. So if I just received this, I would see, accept the meeting. Do you guys accept and send a response? That's best practice. The reason for that, especially on, somebody who sets up meetings, if I set up a meeting for 13 people and 6 people respond and send me the response, but the other people, they've accepted, but they didn't send the response, I have no idea if they're going to come or not. So there's something that's called tracking. And when I set up a meeting, then I get the tracking, and the account that set up the meeting is the only person that gets to see the tracking of that meeting. So in that case, if that's you, you get to see the tracking and you use it, right? Mm-hmm. So for that reason, it's actually best practice to always respond and send the update to let them know. Even if because you could decline, right? You could decline the meeting. You still want to send an update. You always want to send the update to the person who created the meeting, because otherwise they have no idea what you responded with. Are you coming? Are you not? Then they have to call you, and now it's wasting time they didn't want to waste. Just kidding.
There's no way to pull it up as the administrator of the meeting, pull it up and see. You can't see like maybe somebody accepted or didn't in their little side calendars.
So what you can see, you mean if you have access to their calendars?
If I sent the meeting to 10 people and they didn't respond,
Mm-hmm.
I can't go back into the meeting and see who accepted and who didn't based on that little side calendar.
No, so there's tracking, and if people don't send a response, it doesn't give you anything. You don't see anything. Have you seen that?
There actually is a list where you'll see who has responded and who hasn't. And so there's it will.
So
when you set the meeting up.
Right.
Only if you
But
set
they
it.
might have accepted and not responded.
Right.
It'll still show you.
They'll show you the acceptance.
Yeah.
Right.
Most environments I've seen, it doesn't do that, so I'm not sure if that's just an extra feature that you guys have. So, but yeah, because tracking, what it only shows you is it only shows you anybody that's actually responded to the event. The reason I know that is because I've worked in, like, for me, I could get 50 meeting invites in one day, because I have, you know, like, I'm scheduling out to October right now. So, in that, the admins that send us, they tell us exactly what they need us to do so that they know what we responded with. And in that instance, they don't get to see it unless we respond to the meeting. So I don't know, I mean, if that's...
So now, when I choose not to have, so sometimes I choose that I don't want to respond, and then that's when that happens. But like,
Oh, okay.
so yeah, it depends on what you flag it initially when you set up the meeting.
Okay.
Like, so, and right now, like, so we set it, like, when I don't do that is when I do future meetings, where, like, team meetings, like that sort of stuff, because people don't really know their availability, but I want them to have it on their calendar.
Good, yep. Perfect.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, because that way they have a record of it, they know when it's coming.
Right.
Right.
Is there a way, because we were talking, sometimes somebody will accept the meeting but then not show up? And like, Marina's ordered food for the quantity of people that she thinks are gonna be there. Is there a way for an individual to respond before and edit the response?
Yeah.
Is something?
Yeah.
Is that where you can do a meeting, an email reminder in addition to their notification reminder? You can do an email reminder, you don't forget.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would absolutely start doing that
Is
because...
that on the onset of the meeting or the initial?
So they see the reminder that pops up in their reminders, but they get an email message that also tells them you have a meeting coming up. So the duplicate, usually people don't, like, how could you miss both?
So yeah, that email thing will come in key, because that's what we're having a problem with right now, is those future meetings where we can't track who is gonna really come or not.
Right. And yeah, so when you set them up, you just want to send the email reminder, which will help. Okay, so let's look back. Calendar, I don't think there's much else in the calendar.
Oh, as far as the sharing of the calendar?
Oh, that's actually something, because we wanna know how we can share our schedule with somebody, but there's different ways that you can do that. So actually, if you look, this is in the home tab of the ribbon when I'm in the calendar. So I have to be in my calendar first. I go to the home tab of the ribbon. It's actually in the manage calendars section. If you see, there's a share calendar.
Yeah.
Now, there's other options to this. And one of the features, let's see if I go to okay, so they don't exactly have all the same, you know, kind of features that they've always had, but if you look in the home tab of the ribbon, there is the share calendar, and then I could share it with a person if I wanted to. If I click on share and I'm clicking on my calendar, this is basically what I've gone to, which would literally give actual permissions to the calendar. Instead of that, one of the other things, if you remember the share my upcoming schedule that we saw, right, in the calendar that was in Outlook web app, to me, that's actually a print option that you could have. If you go to File and you click on Print, there's a way that you could print the daily style, you could print the weekly agenda, you could print the weekly calendar style, the monthly style, the trifold style. So there's a lot of different ways that you can print your calendar for somebody. And to me, printing, I can actually print to a PDF if I want to and then send that to somebody. So that's actually one of the things that I do. A lot of times I'll do my, I think it's this one that I use the most. But again, any one of these, you can, it's not like you have to print it as a printed piece of paper. You can just make it into a PDF and then send them, send that to people. There's actually a gentleman that I work with that we work on projects together. And when he sends his out, he sends it out like this. And then it's me and 4 other contractors that he works with. and then we send him back our availability on those days in those boxes. So, and it's something I just open it up as a PDF, and then I edit it in Word, and then I send it back to him. So again, it is still something that you could do. There is also, there's a way that you can save your calendar, and when you save your calendar, you can save it as a format, and you could send this to somebody as well. So that's another option that you have, and it's in File, Save Calendar. You have to be in the calendar to see that. Yeah, and the other one that you would have, if you see here, you could also open a calendar in an ICS or a VCS. And those, typically where we see those are like on a phone or on a tablet or something like that. So, can you see those being useful in your environment, possibly?
There's another option though too, if you go back to File, the bottom option. You go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, there actually used to be a couple more options on the home tab of the ribbon in the share section. So
It's something about open another user's folder, and you
Yeah.
can go in there and say, user and then their calendar.
Yep.
Assuming you have
From
permission.
here, now you can open shared calendar. So that was me sending somebody or sharing, right, my calendar with somebody. On the other side, I could actually bring in a calendar from our address book. I could open a shared calendar from a location. Okay, so here, if I click on this one, if I have anyone, I won't really be able to open anyone's calendar, but I can open mine. If you see, what that does is that opens a calendar that I have permissions to. So if somebody has given me permissions to their calendar, I can just open it from my calendar. And now you can see that you can see it. Once you've opened it the first time though, now it's going to be there, and then you'll always see it over here, so you really wouldn't have to go and do it that way anymore. Now, even if I close out of it here, I could still bring it back by just checking the box. Make sense? Okay. I think calendars are something that are they're just becoming that more prevalent because we all use our calendars more than we ever did before. So know how to use your calendar. I think the free busy information is an important part. Microsoft only had 4 options here up until, I think it was 2016, and they added that working elsewhere one because a lot of us work elsewhere nowadays, so at least it's something that's real. But again, the free busy information is important. Oh, if you remember, I did mention you have the weather. This is where you can change it, and it is Washington, D.C. in Outlook, but in Outlook web app, it's Redmond, Washington. I have no idea why. Anyways. Okay, that's the calendar. Then I'm going to just briefly touch on tasks, or people. So people is your new contacts. The one thing I will warn you about, a new group is something you're not going to create at this point. Okay, that button might be grayed out for you at some point in time, but a new contact group is what you would create if you want a group of people that you want to email together many times. It could include people from your organization and from some people from outside of your organization. It could just be vendors that you work with. It could be whatever you want. This is not a company contact group. This is your personal contact group. You just don't want to have to type these 6 names all the time whenever you send them messages. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Perfect. So the new group is not something you will create. That's in your phased implementation, like way down the road. If you create one, just know it'll probably be deleted. You're welcome. We'll talk about that in the afternoon session today too. Okay, so other than that, then contacts. So if I click on a new contact here, there are some functionality things that are nice. Does anybody travel to your contacts ever? Do you actually go to places? Yeah. I've started using this one. If you use Google Maps, you might not like this terribly well because this uses big maps. But if you have an address here, you can click Map It and it maps that location for you. If you're on your phone, you can click Map It, bloop, Now, that's one of the ways that I've actually saved myself a ton of time with finding locations, because what I used to have to do is go into my calendar, open up the appointment, select all, right, and then go to Google Maps and copy and paste. That's way too much to do while I'm sitting at a stoplight. I'm just kidding. So what I do is I just add all the addresses in all of my business contacts, and now I know that I have a really quick way to get to those contacts and to actually map them. It uses Bing Maps, so it's something else to get used to, but whatever. If you look up at the top, you can put a picture in for all of your contacts. That's exciting. Maybe, maybe not. It also has a business card. You can print those business cards. I have no idea why they have that. But there's a lot of fields that are here. So another thing, excuse me, that you have is a notes field. For a long time in my life, I worked help desk. And when I called help desk, so I called Dell help desk or whatever, I used this note section, and I would actually put in there, hit 1 for this, hit 2 for this. I would actually not have to memorize or not have to know their auto attendant. I used to program auto attendants. So I would make this my cheat sheet to get through their silly phone system. Brilliant, right? Remember that you have the notes section. It's really useful. If you're in a contact, so if I'm in a contact, I can create a meeting with that contact right from here. I can email them right from here. So you can do a lot of stuff from the contacts. I think that's all the exciting stuff. Does anybody have questions about your contacts? Do you guys use your contacts?
Yeah.
Okay, if you use your contacts, the big thing I think that's important to remember is there is a difference between a group and a contact group. Just because Microsoft hasn't figured that out for themselves yet, and it's really making us figure it out for ourselves. So you could create a new contact. That's a personal, one single contact that you have. You could create a contact group. We used to call those distribution lists. Okay, so it's a personal distribution list that you're creating, or a personal contact group that you're creating for yourself to email multiple people without having to type all their names. So again, it's saving you time. Okay, then I'm just going to touch on tasks. There is an extra functionality thing with tasks in Outlook as opposed to Outlook web app, and that's that I could assign tasks to other people from Outlook. Has anybody ever done that? Are there millennials in the room? I'm just kidding. I had a millennial that was one of my interns, and I learned this very good lesson of you need to have an exact list of everything that's next so that they know what to do, okay? So I was like, it was a mistake I made. I learned probably after the first week and a half. My boss called me, because I teach all the time, so my boss called me, and she's like, Nate's sitting back here in the room just doing nothing. And I was like, he is? He's like, well, I didn't have anything to do. And I'm like, there's a whole whiteboard of things to do. Like, what are you talking about? Sorry, just kidding. I've worked with good millennials too. Anyway, so I actually had to assign tasks. If you look up here, it says assign tasks. When you assign a task to a person, there's a couple things that happen. So if I assign a task to a person, now I get a send button, and it keeps an updated copy of this task on my list. So as they add hours, as they do stuff, it's actually updating to my list too. And no matter what they do, when they mark it complete, I get a notification that says, hey, this task just got marked complete. I actually did work with a manager at one point that had us do this and use the tasks, only because we didn't have a real good tool in it was a small company, and there's actually a details pane here. So if I click on details, you can get to the amount of hours that you worked on something. There's a lot more details that you can put behind your tasks that will kind of at least help you understand, you know, what you've done. So that's the one thing I like to at least help people understand about tasks, is that you do have the ability to, you can assign tasks to other people, but then you also, even just for yourself, when you do a task, you could remind yourself how long that takes or whatever. Some of the things that I've done with my tasks, I've actually the state of Wisconsin just decided last year, not the first year I was in business, the second year I was in business, that we all have to send them an annual report, the state. all it is they want your $26. That's the fee for you to send them this one, whatever it is. So cute. Anyways, I was like, I got this notification that's like, you are delinquent on blah, blah, blah. And I was like, delinquent? What? Like, I didn't even know I had to do it. And I have a couple of their friends that have businesses, and they're like, oh, yeah, we all got it. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we're all delinquent? Literally, they, I guess, made a new thing, and I'm sure somebody in politics knows, but whatever. So, yeah, it's $26 we all have to give them now. Whatever. Minor details. But I created a task for myself. I created it as a recurring task now, too. So just like your calendar, you can create tasks as recurring tasks. And then I have my details in here so I can see how long it takes me to do these tasks. Brilliant.
How does it remind you?
What's that?
How does it remind you?
So if you go back to the task, you actually have a reminder. And when you do it as a recurring event, so if you recur it, if you see here, it says regenerate the new task. So it basically just regenerates it a new task, and you're going to have a new notification for a reminder. So when I do that, if you see the reminder, when it reinitiates it, it's going to reinitiate that reminder too. So, yeah, I've used these quite a bit, and they work. Has anybody else here used the recurrent tasks before? Okay, and they work, right?
I used to use something,
It's sort of like
I forgot about it. You just reminded me, I forgot about it.
yeah,
Awesome.
no, like the recurring.
Before I could just,
Perfect.
I had it on my phone.
Perfect, and now you don't need it, yeah.
Getting-
That's brilliant, and it comes up, it reminds you in Outlook, you know, and that's the thing, is that this is the Outlook tool
And then
that we use every single day and we log into, so it's just Outlook.
setting
As a time management, like time boxing for
recurring and
Okay.
track.
remind you to like get up.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah, absolutely. That's a huge benefit. Okay, so that's tasks. The other thing to remember is anything that you flagged for follow-up from your mailbox also goes to your task list, so you can see it there. There's going to be a new tool that you're going to see, and I'll introduce you to a little bit later this afternoon, that really kind of helps you understand that this is all tied to the cloud, because there's a tool in the cloud called To Do that actually ties into your to-dos in Outlook. Whoa! And you don't even have to do anything to tie it in. It's like it just shows up.
Clarify, whatever you do on your desktop version, it automatically goes up to your cloud version.
Yep.
And that goes also with your settings, your configuration.
Yes, exactly. So your settings that you change in the cloud are going to change for everything that you have, your desktop version, all that stuff. The one thing that is separate is the signatures. That's the only thing that I've found that is separate in Outlook, is the signature is separate in Outlook Web App from Outlook. But, and why is your out of office tied together? You know, it seems weird that they don't do that, but there's still Microsoft. The Outlook interface, something that all of us are probably at least somewhat familiar with. The newer version, it just has some extra features to it, okay? Most of those extra features are just built in to try to save you time. And that's the big thing that Microsoft is trying to do, is they're trying to give us things that are in simple locations to find, so it's not difficult and it's not a thought process to get to stuff. Also giving us shortcuts to do things a lot. So for the rest of it's just under 2 hours that we have left at this point. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about all of the other things that are up in the cloud. Please note that most of these things you're probably not going to interface with right off the bat. It's something that will come to you when you need it. But at least you've been introduced to it at this point, and it's something that you can at least think about how we might actually use these things. So the cloud, and I do find this to be a great way to implement the Office 365 suite, because we're going to get your feet wet with understanding Outlook, okay? Outlook is a tool we've all used, so that's perfect. One of the things that leads us into the cloud from Outlook is when I attach a file to an email, I could go to the cloud to pull up that file. So that's one of the first things that you'll start to see. Oh, wait, now I have a choice. Do I want to go to my computer, or do I want to go to the cloud to attach this file? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go back over to the home page of all of Office. So I'm just going to close out of my extra tabs that I have here, just so you know this, you will get a lot of extra tabs that open when you're in Office 365. You'll start to get used to it, and you'll start to close all the tabs you don't need or whatever. But that might be one of your frustrations. I'll warn you right now. Okay. Now, the other thing that we're going to talk about here, and I'll get to where past OneNote, we'll briefly at least talk about SharePoint, Teams, Yammer, probably not Dynamics, Flow, Delve, Sway. We've actually already talked about Delve, and I'll kind of remind you of that. But some of these apps you may use, some you may never, ever touch, okay? All the apps out there, they're all out there for different reasons. I'd like you to notice that right past Outlook here, we see OneDrive. OneDrive was what we were prompted to attach files from. So OneDrive eventually is going to replace your H drive that you've always been saving your personal files to. So your OneDrive up in the cloud is your personal location for your personal files that you work with. That's actually one of the first, if you remember when we first started, I mentioned that I had that email. It was actually in a Yahoo Mail account, okay, that I had like 20 some years ago. And I sent myself my rewards IDs, right, and that was me using the cloud. That's the first file that I put in my OneDrive. So once I first got my first OneDrive, I was like, haha, now I'm actually in the cloud, good. So now I can put my rewards IDs always there. That's the main location where I have that file. Because again, it's something, if anybody has traveled much, you know, anywhere you are, you need to have every one of your, like even the car rental ones, right? You need every single one of them. Now I've started adding all my restaurant ones to it too. Okay, so OneDrive was my first place that I started using my personal, right, space that I have to save. Not just personal, but personal to my business, to what I do. If I click on the OneDrive, this is actually almost the same experience that you'll have in any of these cloud locations where you could get to your files or team files. Eventually, later on, you're going to get introduced to not just your personal files being up in the cloud, but all of your team files will also be up in the cloud. It's the exact same experience. What I'll equate it to is this box right here, okay? This box is called Windows Explorer. It allows me to explore my computer, right, this PC, and all the folders that I have on it. Almost like that, this is actually going to show me, this is just my OneDrive, right, I'm in my OneDrive, but any of the team locations I go to, the files look exactly the same. The ribbon up at the top is exactly the same, okay? So once you learn this interface, I might not have to come back and teach you anything. I'm just kidding. So basically what we have here is we have a file space that holds on to my files. If you see, there's a bunch of different types of files there. There's even PDF files, right? So you can hold on to different types of files. I'd like you to notice there's an attachments folder. This is the default location where my files go to that I attach to emails. So I have one location where I can go and find all of my attachments. Brilliant. There's actually a personal notebook that it creates for me, so you'll all want to start using OneNote eventually. Just kidding. Maybe, maybe not. Then if you look up at the ribbon, okay, so right now if I click the new, I'd like you to notice I could create a new Word document, a new Excel workbook, a new PowerPoint presentation, a new OneNote notebook, or a new form for Excel. Has anybody here used SurveyMonkey?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
That form for Excel, that's like SurveyMonkey. Okay. It's actually a tool that's called Forms, and it's very much like SurveyMonkey is. Okay, if I create any one of these documents, it is creating it in this location. Okay, so where is my file? It's in my OneDrive. Now, if I click on any one of these, so if I go to the Word document, it's going to open a new Word document in what's called the web app. So I don't know if you guys have seen a web app or not. This is a Microsoft Word web app. kids have probably used Google Docs for quite some time. Some school districts are moving over to the Office 365 stuff. There's quite a few different types of applications that are kind of like Word or Excel or PowerPoint, just different manufacturers. So if you've heard of Google Sheets, right, that's like Excel. Google Docs is like Word documents. Google Slides is like PowerPoint, okay? So this is the online version of Word. I'd like you to notice up here I have file, home, insert, page layout. There is references, and then there's review and view, but there's not everything. So this doesn't have all of the features of the full version of Word that would sit on my desktop. What I'll do is I'll actually show you Word so you can see the difference. So here what I'm going to do is open up Word. This is the application that is installed on my desktop computer. The difference is there is still a references tab, but now we have this exciting design tab. We have a layout tab. Mailings. Mailings is how you do mail merges. Anybody do mail merges? Okay. There's a review tab and a view tab, and there's also help. But some of these tabs, they actually just have a lot more stuff. Does anybody create long Word documents? This tab right here makes me want to go back to school when I retire. When I retire, it's a lot cheaper to go back to school. You guys all know that, right? My mom is going back to school right now. I'm pretty sure she could get her doctorate for like $10. It's like $4 a semester for her courses. Brilliant. So I'm retiring and going back to school. Anyways, references. This reminds me of how hard it was when I had a typewriter to type those long documents. And then, why wouldn't we just do this? All you do is as you're typing, you mark things. Mark that, mark that. Then at the very end, you say, okay, create. And it goes, boop, boop, creates it all for you. It's brilliant. Very brilliant. Okay, anyways, more exciting than that. So this is the full version of the application. And if I switch back here, so I'll just minimize this. Sorry, it takes so long. Okay. You can see that I'm on a web page because I have a URL bar at the top. You can also see over here, it says Word Online, and it has my app switcher, or that waffle button. So I know I'm in the cloud because Desi told us that. Then if you see here, it actually says my name, and then it says Documents. If I clicked on my name, I would actually go back into my OneDrive. If I click on the document right here, I would actually, bless you, I would actually be renaming this file. So as I hit enter right here, it just saves that document as that name. So it renamed that document wherever it sits. That's something that is very different that our brains are not wrapped around yet. So that's something that you want to remember is autosave is actually functional now. So it literally automatically saves for you all the time. Every keystroke, it actually saves. So every, yep.
It just saves it to the cloud. You need place in the cloud?
In your OneDrive.
In OneDrive. So you could go back and search whatever you named it, blah, blah, blah.
So yeah, so the default location where it's saving your files, if you create your files from the cloud or your OneDrive, is it's saving to your OneDrive. Other than that, when you get to team locations, when you open a file from a location, when you save it, it automatically knows where you picked it up from. So just like nowadays, if you go out to the vault, right, you go out to the vault and then you go to a folder and you open a file, when you save that file, it just saves over top. That's the same functionality you're going to see, right? If you rename the file, it will rename the file, and then you'll have the old file and you'll have this new file too. So again,
same folder.
Yep. Yep, exactly. So every single thing that I type, I don't know what I underlined it, but it's already saved.
Does everything automatically go to the cloud, or does it have to be there?
No. So if I'm in Word, the question was, does everything automatically go to the cloud? if I'm on my computer, okay, I'm on my computer, I click on Start, I go to Word, I open a new Word document, I'm on my computer, and the default for saving, when I go to File and I click on Save As, the default is still my computer. It's still going to be my documents on my computer. But if you see here, this is what you're going to see, okay? So when you get your new version of all of these applications, when you click on File and you go to Save As, you'll see, oh, OneDrive, and then you see Sites. At first, these aren't going to be programmed for anything, okay? They won't be set up for anything. But once you save there and you've been there, now you're going to have, this is going to be your OneDrive, and you just click on it and it'll save to your OneDrive if you want to. This would save to your team locations. Your key to this, okay, so if you still want to use the Vault, and the Vault is going to be used for a long time.
Yeah.
So you're still going to be saving to the Vault by default for all of the team stuff that you have. So the way that you're going to do that, you click on File, Save As, and then click Browse at the bottom. Okay? Browse is going to open up File Explorer, and then you can get to the Vault or wherever else you want to go to. If you notice over here, they have that list. This is actually not files that I've recently opened. This is recent locations that I've gone and opened files from. I'd like you to notice you have push pins here. If I hover over one of these folders, there's a push pin right there. So I could pin this to the top. Does anybody have a document that you only open once every whatever? You always forget where it is. So you open up this email that reminds you of where the file is, right? Holy cow, that's a lot of steps just to get to a file that you have to open only once every 4 months. So for me, what I think of, and actually here, if I go to open instead, what I could do is I could just pin that file. Oh, I always open this one, but I forget where it is. So if I click right here, now that's in a pinned location, and it's going to stay there until I unpin it. Okay, all of these things will save you time. Now, how many people love the push pins? I've shown you like 4 push pins already today. They're brilliant. Okay, so again, Save As. Does that at least help answer your question as far as where it is and where you're going to find it? Okay. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing to remember for right now, okay, you guys probably aren't going to be going to the cloud for everything. Just remember, File, Save As, Browse, okay? Or File, Open. Here, again, you're going to see these things. Oh, wait, I don't want to go there yet. That's fine. You don't have to. You can just go down here and click on Browse. And if I click on Browse here, again, it opens the dialog box, and it allows me to go out to the Vault or, you know, wherever I have to go to find that file, and then open it from there. It's exciting, right? Okay, so, and this is actually Office, okay? So this is actually Word. If I go down here and I look at Account, you can see this actually is Office Pro Plus. This is the application that's installed on my computer. Now, if I go back here again, let's see. Can you guys see the difference? Can you see that you're in a URL? So right up here, I can see that there's a URL bar, right? It looks like Word because it's the same color. If you see over here, it says Word Online. I see my waffle button, right? So there's certain things that should at least help me understand I'm in the web app or I'm in the actual application. There is a way that right from here, you could just open this in Word. So I have that option. I could just edit it in Word, and then what it'll do, because I created this from my OneDrive, it still remembers that I created it from my OneDrive, and when I save it, it's going to save back to my OneDrive.
So you could get all the additional functionality that you were showing earlier.
Right, yes.
A good example would be, let's just say Jeremy's opening up a complex spreadsheet in online Excel, and he goes, this doesn't have enough power to do what I needed to do.
Yep. Pivot table.
Then you hit, you just hit edit in Excel, and it takes you right to the full version of Excel.
Yep, and even in some of those cloud places where we'll have team stuff, you can tell that location to just open in Excel instead of the web. In finance departments, I always tell them that, because there is never a finance person that's gonna find the Excel web app to do everything you need it to do. So for that reason, you can actually define, oh, you know what? When you're gonna open these files, they're always gonna open in Excel instead of the web app. And that just saves them the time from clicking on open in Excel. So yeah, and remember that this is all Microsoft, right? It's just a web version of the desktop application, and they want everything to work together. They want you to be able to do whatever you want to do with either one of these applications. So that should be there. But again, basic things you should be able to do. So you can see Word, most of the Word stuff is here. Some of the advanced stuff won't be though. Okay, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to get back into my OneDrive. Before I do that, I'll click on File. There's no save over here, and there's no close. Now that's weird. Where's close? I want to close out of this file. Does that make sense? I don't even know how to. This is something that you'll struggle with that first week. Remember what I told you. It's going to be like, wait, how do I do this? Because it's not as intuitive as the tools that you're used to. But again, you kind of have to remember that you're in the cloud. So I'm just going to click this arrow to go back. That was File, right? So because this is saved automatically and I don't have to go File, Save As, Close, blah, 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 all that I'm going to do is I'm just going to go right here and I'm going to click on, if I just click on Documents, it actually takes me back to my OneDrive. So what that little thing up there is next to your waffle button, etc., they call it the crumb trail or like a breadcrumb trail. So it'll lead you back to where you were. Does that make sense? Now I'm going to create a new Excel document just so you can see Excel. And again, it opens in Excel Online by default. You'll see that this does have quite a few less options than Excel. If I go to Insert, that's not everything you could do in Excel. If I go to Data, that's okay, but there is no Formulas tab here at all. So if you're going to do advanced functions, you're never going to do them in the web app. Make sense? So instead of any of that, I could just click here and open in Excel. I have not even typed anything yet. I didn't even type anything, right? But I could just go right from here and say open in Excel, and now it'll actually open the desktop application. You'll see that little box at the background. Just ignore it, okay? You can close out of it once you get out of the file, but you'll want it, basically you just leave the online stuff sit back there. If you see here, I'm in book 1 up at in the title bar, and then it says there's a dash and it says last saved 3/1/2019 at 12:35 p.m. approximately right now. Okay, so at this point now I have the insert tab and you can see all of the things I can do, right? Especially once you get this new 2019 version. You had 2013 before, is that right? Okay, so they've actually added some extra functionality to the charts and to, it's amazing what you can do in Excel now. It's absolutely absurd and amazing. You can create geopositional maps, you can do, sky's the limit. You can do it all. It's brilliant. Okay. Then if I look at the Formulas tab, this is the one tab that they don't have at all in the online version. And I think it's a mistake only because that's what people do in Excel. People do formulas. When I teach Excel, I teach 2 different levels of classes that show you everything about formulas and functions. So this is not anywhere in the web app. And if you're going to do advanced functions, absolutely open in the application instead of in the web app. But anything I do here, so I'm just going to type something, maybe something, and it's not. And then I just click close here. So if I just click on close, it already saved the file. Remember that it, oh my gosh, it didn't prompt me to save the file. What happened, right? It automatically saves. So again, that first week, this is going to freak you out. It still freaks me out a little bit. I'm like, what? How did that happen, right? So, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna, if I just click close here, it says I could try launching Excel again, I could resume editing here, I could tell them what I think of Excel Online. But I could click close here, and what it does is it goes right back into the file. Anything that I typed should still be there, right? Go ahead.
So right now, you haven't changed the name. It says book one, right? And it's automatically saving everything in book one.
Yep.
If I don't change the name and it's just in there as book one, I come back into it again. Will it still be at book two because it has saved everything from as book one because I didn't name it? Or will it start as book one again and just rewrite all over that? Okay.
But you have versioning. So another thing that you have up in the cloud is you have what's called versioning,
Okay.
meaning you have versions of the files behind the files. Has anybody had to call for a file from backup before? We messed up this file horribly. We have to call from backup. There's already that back there. So there's a version. You could click on a file, you could look at the history, and you could go back and say, oh, I want to see this one as a live version.
Okay.
That's up in the cloud everywhere.
So it's storing an incredible amount of information.
It sure is. So
Right.
what we have to do, and this is something that you'll learn in some of that other stuff, is we have to limit the amount of versions that we're keeping.
Okay.
Microsoft, in its infinite wisdom, 2 versions ago in the cloud stuff, they left it, yes, keep versions, and left it open. So you could have 1 million copies of one file. What? That's stupid. They changed it to a default of 500 now, but that's still too much. Usually what we see is anywhere from 3 to 10 versions of a file behind the file is plenty.
You can go back
It's a
to.
full copy.
Right.
It's a full copy of every file in every version.
So if you just went there and typed one letter, got out, came back, it would save that one with one letter. Right. Okay.
There is a way that you can also force it to only save versions when you check in files.
Okay.
So you could use check in and check out, which is like our read-only lock that we have right now on the file server. But another feature that you're gonna see, is what's called co-authoring. What? So you'll be able to be in the same file as other people at the same time editing the file.
Nice.
Whoa, blow your mind, right? Play with it in PowerPoint first.
That's with
It's really
actual
fun to watch it and to see it happen.
Well,
Just
you
be-
keep
and
changing
you-
the other person's thing that they're changing?
Yes. If I change something that you change, right after you change it, you click refresh. When I change it, you see, it's absurd. You can see how many people are in your file. So right up at the top right-hand side, you would actually see the other names of the people that are in this file right now. The first way I played with this was, my brother-in-law works for a company that sells banking software, and he's like a regional manager. So he's a very control kind of person. So he has control of his whole team. So what he likes to do is he likes to make sure that they only present stuff that he wants. So he actually has to edit every one of their PowerPoint presentations with them the day before they go to their client. I don't know how, he works like 48 hours a day, so whatever. Anyways, but one of the things, that's how I tested this, with him. And literally, it's like right up to the second that it'll show you the changes. So if anybody's experienced it before, again, play with it and see how it works. Have you guys used it at all? Have you used it?
In
Google
Docs.
Google Docs. And it's the same functionality. It's the exact same functionality as Google Docs. That's where Microsoft, they came a little bit after, right, with the web apps, but because they have the full versions of the applications too, it's
so
just
nice.
crazy. But yeah, you can edit files while other people are in the files at the same time.
Oh, agreed.
Crazy. You can also put comments in. If you see there's a comments box right there, so that's something that's useful.
Do you have to invite them to the document?
Not specifically, it depends. So typically what we're gonna think about is like our file server, meaning I'm not going to share things with you. We are both going to already have permissions to this team location because we're a part of this group.
Can you change the permissions so that it's only for you only?
Depending, okay? This completely depends, and this is where, again, this is a phased implementation, because once you get to that point, that's where we talk about Teams and SharePoint and all that stuff, and then it's really what's the governance of this organization and what are they gonna, you know, have as their thing. Because we don't allow end users to do anything with permissions ever. So that's the IT take on it, because unless you want to take the onus of the mistakes that you make, we're going to keep the onus of the permissions. Does that make sense?
It does.
One of the places that usually traditionally in corporate America, what's happening right now is if we have that H drive, if our company is going to allow us to share externally, it's going to be from our OneDrive. So it's my OneDrive that I could share files with my customer from if I needed to. But again, that's completely dependent on what this organization decides to do with it.
But anything up in OneDrive, anyone can have access to.
No, only you have access to OneDrive.
Only you have only access
Yep.
to your
It's
OneDrive.
actually just like your H drive here. So your H drive here, nobody else has access to but you. That's the start of what we're gonna do, right?
Yes.
So that's where we're gonna go with that for right now. And then again, depending, we may change away from that, but again, it's gonna take some time to get there. And at some point, if you ever share, you're probably only ever going to share to people that you don't work with. Because anyone that you work with should already have permissions to wherever it is, just like in the vault.
The vault, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. But I think, just to clarify, so OneDrive is like your H drive. However, if you're on OneDrive here, it does give you the feature of sharing that file, just like in Google Drive, you can share something with, as long as you put in their info.
Is that anything that, I mean,
So
we
you
have,
have controls over your file.
right, we haven't gone through the admin thing, but just so you know, IT could actually not give you that
Right.
share button.
Right.
So there is a way that we could allow nobody to share anything outside of our organization at all until we decide as an organization that we want to do that.
Sharing, right. Is that
So-
your question about kind of?
So, and again, I think the best thing to think about there is when you're going to give people permissions to things, it's mostly going to be people that you don't already work, that aren't already in your organization, because the people that are in your organization that need access to this stuff are going to have it based on the department that they're in. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. And is that kind of the thought process that you have with Active Directory and that kind of?
Shared files in general are gonna be your vault files right now, and then they're gonna be SharePoint and Teams when we get to that.
Yep, exactly. Okay, and again, you know, it's a kind of up in the air right now, right, as far as exactly how, when, where, but when you need those things, that's when they're gonna be there. So, and yeah, like you say, right now, right off the bat, if you have your personal OneDrive, you can share with anybody in the world if you want to, right? You could. And if you didn't change anything in that share that you did, they could forward that to every one of their Hotmail, Yahoo, whatever friends, and everyone could open that file. So for that reason, we need to, you know, cut it back and make sure that we know exactly what the permissions are. It's going to be based on policies. So it'll all be based on policies, and all of you will have to live in the same policy, most likely, because we don't want to one-off things for individual people. So it'll be a, you know, like company take on what our sharing should actually be. Okay, so again, if you see the share button, it means that you could share something. So if you see share, you could share something from there. I think I might have it wide open if I click on that share right there. Okay. So right here, I could say only people in my organization or people with existing access already. So people I've already given access to, or specific people. And then I could allow people to edit or not allow people to edit. So there are at least some security things you can do right off the bat. But again, I'm not going to speak to exactly what you're going to allow, because again, we don't know yet at this point, especially with those vault files. So the personal stuff, the stuff that's in your H drive now and going to be in your OneDrive, that's going to be what it's going to be. The company stuff, the vault files, we're gonna wait and we're gonna make sure that we all know exactly how we're gonna deal with that before we start doing it.
Is there a way from, I'm thinking with the vault, and I'm brand new here. I've been here 3 weeks, so I'm still learning what we're doing now. But I know that the vault is where everybody can go in and access things. I also know from talking to people that you could accidentally delete something and it's gone from the vault.
Yep.
Now, I almost did that. I didn't do it, but I almost
Thank
did
God.
because I clicked the wrong way. But is there some way where somebody in charge could be, like, where it's backed up and, yeah, Rob, where if I accidentally deleted something, they could get it back, or it would still be in their file?
Yeah, so it's not in their file, but it's in the location where, okay, so the first thing is that each user, whenever you delete something, you have a personal recycle bin that's up in the cloud. So it's just like your recycle bin that's on your computer, meaning if you delete something and you know you deleted it,
Right.
you have to go to your recycle bin to restore it.
That I can understand, but what if I had
On
no
the-
idea I did it?
Right.
And somebody else went looking for it and they said, hey.
Right, there's audit logs. So there is an audit log that they could find out what happened to it. On the other side, within 30 days, it stays in your recycle bin. For another 30 days after that, it actually is in a location where the administrator could get to it. So from 30 to 60 days, it's something that could be requested and you could bring back if you need to. So, but yeah, there is a backup of everything that's up in the cloud, so, yeah.
And then, but when we go back to the vault, remember that we're still doing our own backup on that, and yes, we can retrieve files from the vault if you mistakenly delete one.
Yep.
But you would have to be able to tell me what folder it was in, what the
Yep.
name of the file was.
Yep.
Please give me some direction that way, and then I can restore it from backup very easily.
What if I store something in my H drive and then decide that, okay, this is something I do want to put in the vault because I think other people might find it helpful? Can I store it there and still keep it in my H drive?
Yeah, you can make a copy of it.
Yep, you just keep a copy.
Make a okay.
Yep.
I mean, technically, when you're gonna do that, you're gonna take that step, you might as well just keep it.
Leave it in the vault.
one copy and.
Yeah.
But see-
Go back there.
But that's what I'd be afraid of, though, that somebody would delete it by accident.
Yeah, the painful part of
Then
that
it's
kind of
I
stuff.
don't either anymore.
Yeah, the painful part of that is then knowing if you update that file, you'd have to update in both locations in order
That too.
to be accurate. So that's where we start to think about, it's better, to me, I actually always feel like it's better to have a link to get to something than to actually attach something. I try not to attach files to emails anymore. I put them in a location where I can share it, and then I share the link with you, and now you can get to it. Does that make sense?
I've never done that, so.
Right, so we'll get to that at
Practically
some
speaking,
point.
I don't know.
Yep, yep. So eventually, we'll get to that different place where we're not literally putting the file in the email, where we're putting a link in the email, and when you click on that link, it's gonna take you to the file, right? To a location where you already have access to the file. Okay, along the lines of the file names and that kind of stuff, if I go and I change the file now, so I change the name of the file. Okay, now it's saved. If I go back up here, I just click, actually, just to see this. If I go here, which is my app switcher, and now I go to Outlook. What the heck? Now, let's see what happened. If I go back here and I go to my OneDrive, I better have that Excel file. Just kidding. Oops, something important, look at that, brilliant. So again, knowing that you'll always have it. It's always gonna be there, right? Even if, whoops, I accidentally moved, it's still there. It saves automatically all the time. To me, this is like, we're not gonna lose stuff as easily as we ever did before. Has anybody ever closed out of a file and not saved the changes, and then like an hour later, you're like, man, I wish I could get that file back, right? This is where.
Usually it will say, do you want to save the changes?
I know.
Prompted
Yep.
to do it, but.
There's actually a feature in all of your Office applications nowadays that you can get to unsaved files. Did you guys know this? This is, you're welcome. I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry, it's an open. In File Open, in every one of your Office applications, you have this. This is not just the autosave. You guys all know, right, ever since the late 90s, right, when we had to save all the time, what happened is Microsoft created that autosave feature, and every 10 minutes it automatically saves your file. If your computer crashes and you open Word again, you'll get that document recovery pane. It'll pop up that file, right? That's auto recovery. That's a completely different location than this. This is save unsaved documents. This is a different temp location on your computer. I learned about this. I've learned about all these things because I've worked a lot of help desk, and I've had people ask me these questions like, oh, hey, you know what? I never saved the file. Can I get it back? And I'm like, no. Why would you be able to get the file back that you never saved? But since 2016, Microsoft has given us an option to recover unsaved documents. And that's only up until when you log out of the machine. So it only saves in that location until you log out of the machine. So tomorrow when you log back in, that recovered document is not there anymore. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know, it's so much, isn't it? Like, there's so much to all this. But it's beneficial, and it's, you know, it's one of those things. Actually, I've worked a lot of help desk. One of the other things, have you guys ever tried to open a file that had a password on it, and that person left 4 years ago, and you don't have the password?
Yes.
That's what I'm waiting for them to fix. They still don't have that one fixed. You still can't do that. If you don't have the password, you cannot get into the file. You can't.
Yep.
So that's actually why it's good to think about these shared locations and where we're saving files and where people have access and that kind of thing, because we should rely on the permissions that are set on those locations instead of ourselves having to put password protection on files and that kind of stuff, because usually that doesn't work that well, right? If you've ever had that experience where, oh, we don't have the password, I've been that help desk person that people call and I'm like, no, I cannot help you. I am so sorry. I know I'm help desk. I know I'm supposed to help you, but I can't. I don't know what to do. So yeah, it's something
We went through that when somebody on our team died.
Yep, exactly.
We were really up a creek because, well, why would he share his password with us, you know?
Yep.
It was awful.
And then you can never get it back.
We lost all that material.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had to go, I was a consultant for a long time, and I'd be the blind person walking in. I had that same experience. There was a company that lost their network manager. He had a heart attack and passed away on Friday. And I had to walk in as the network manager on Monday, blind. I had no information on anything. He had zero documentation. He was there for 22 years. His wife was the office manager. This company not only lost like a person, they lost like a huge part of their company. And now I'm standing there like, and I don't want to ask these people questions and whatever. It's so pointless. So share your stuff. Just kidding. Don't put passwords on stuff. Okay. So again, this is Word. Knowing that you do have, actually, another thing that you will see, and I know you can't see it because it says recording over it right now, but if I drag this down a little ways, you can see the button that says auto save, and then it says off and on. So even in your desktop application, when you open files that are from these outside locations or the cloud locations, auto save will be on for you. So autosave is even on in your desktop applications, again, when you open files from the cloud. Okay. All right, we have to open another type of a file because I have to get into each one of these. So I'm going to PowerPoint next. PowerPoint, to me, PowerPoint, the web app, is probably one of the closest to the actual application because there's a lot of stuff that you can do in the PowerPoint web app. There is the insert tab. It doesn't contain everything. Does anybody know that you could insert audio and video if you want? So there's some things that aren't really here. But if you see, you could do online video, very exciting. And look at this exciting thing. Icons. What kind of exciting icons put in here?
Those can be very helpful.
Exactly. These are like wingdings or webdings, if you remember those. To me, whatever. But they're called icons, so they're a little bit different. It's not just smart art, or, clip art. Online pictures is actually what they renamed clip art to. The reason they renamed clip art to online pictures is because it's online pictures that searches Bing for your online pictures. Okay. What's it? No.
Not Google Images?
No, you're welcome. Although you can always search Google Image, copy, paste. Thank God. Okay, so they do have design. That's one of the inherent things we always have in PowerPoint, transitions, animations. So they have a lot of stuff. They just don't have everything. Other than that, I could also open this presentation in PowerPoint if I want to. So I'll put something in my presentation. Okay, so I have stuff, that's exciting. Let's say I just decided I want to add a new slide, so I add a new slide. You can see it's mostly the same as, you know.
That's wonderful.
What's that?
Idea?
Lightning bolt on the far right.
Isn't that brilliant?
Is radio?
Of course it does. If you see, this is in preview, okay? Whenever you see stuff in preview or something like that, that means Microsoft is testing this right now. You might also see actually preview in like a Word when you're looking at some of this cloud stuff. So if I click here, for a while, this tool right here, it actually said preview right here in small letters. So you can kind of see when they're just testing out new applications. There's actually here, just if I'll show you, it's very exciting. Microsoft knows what they want, but they don't. I'm just kidding. If you look here, there's a tool here that's called Stream, okay? And then there's another tool here that's called Video. Both of them are almost the exact same tool, okay? Video has been around for about 2 years longer than Stream, and Stream is about 8 months old. To me, Video is going to go into Stream at some point in time because they're almost the exact same tool. They're a channelized interface like YouTube. So it is what it is. But again, that's where you'll see that preview thing. So sometimes you might see something in preview, and that just means they're testing it right now. Microsoft is also asking you for feedback, which is exciting because hopefully they'll listen to what we want. If you look right down on the bottom of the page here, it says feedback. There's a whole department at Microsoft that's just waiting for your feedback to think about what the next upgrade should be or what the PowerPoint icon. I don't know what these icons are supposed to be, but I am not used to them yet. They're only 2 weeks old and I don't like them yet. And whatever. Okay, so let me go back into my PowerPoint. Oh, wait. Zoom does not like my mouse for some reason. Okay, so I'm in my PowerPoint presentation. Again, ideas. I wonder, it looks like it's just pictures.
Well, it says backgrounds, architecture.
I know, but it looks like it's just pictures, right?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Look at that.
Chicago.
The author is unknown and it's not licensed.
Can you,
Great.
it's the license stuff there.
Okay, and we do have contextual tabs. So when I insert something, I have the contextual tabs, kind of just like you do with the actual application. If you see, I could put a pretty background around it. Oh, that's good. Okay. Then what I want to do is I want to see, oh, it tells me up here it's saved.
Wow.
I'll call it my city presentation. Nothing in my life is so much fun. I love it. It's great. Okay, I'm going to go back here, and now I'm clicking on my name instead of documents. If I clicked on documents, it would take me right into my OneDrive, but now when I click on my name, no, it takes me into OneDrive too. Does that make sense? So this breadcrumb trail, you're going to see the breadcrumb trail up right underneath that main bar that has your app switcher. Remember that you're going to see the crumb trail. that's gonna be so useful to you in other places in the cloud too, because you'll just be able to go back instead of actually having to like use your back button in your browser or something like that, or go back home, right? And then go to wherever you have to go. You don't ever have to go back home. You could always click on the app switcher and switch to wherever you want to go to. And that's something that eventually will absolutely save you time. Notice in my OneDrive, I actually have a recycle bin. This recycle bin is just for my OneDrive. So you're going to have a recycle bin for all the different locations you go to in the cloud. And that's why it behooves us to know when we delete stuff. Okay? So before you delete stuff, know that you're going to get asked a question, are you sure you want to delete that? Right at that point when you get asked that question, are you sure you, ooh, do I want to delete this? Do I not want to delete this, right? Again, there are audit logs that could find who it is that deleted something, and then we could tell them to go back into the recycle bin and find it. So that's something that you can do, but it might take a little bit of time to get to that point. Okay, then I can also just upload files here. So let's say I'm going on sabbatical, okay, and I know my laptop isn't coming with me, but I know I'll be in a couple locations where I could get to something that I could use. So in that case, what I could actually do is I could basically just put files here that I might need to work on while I'm on sabbatical. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like the opposite. I could upload. So there's an upload, and I can upload files. I would suggest to you not to upload folders, okay? Eventually, if I come back here to teach you about the cloud stuff, folders are actually the F word in the cloud. Really? Woo! That's bad, right? We won't get there yet, but we'll talk about it at some point in time. So you don't really, especially not I don't want to upload a whole folder because I don't want to bring 200 files into this location all at the same time. Upload files at one time, or if I scroll all the way down here, you can actually see that you also have the ability to just drag files. So, and you don't have to go down to the bottom to do that. If I drag all the way up to the top here and I open up my file location, so here I go into my files, I just move this over. What I can do is I can just simply drag and drop a file right in that location. If you see up on the top, it says drag items to any location, meaning I can drag it anywhere on the page, and as soon as I let go, it actually copies it into my OneDrive. So now I can access that file from my OneDrive.
But it's still in the cloud. It's still in the first location.
Pardon me?
It's still in the first location?
Yes, yes. So it actually copies it. So it makes a copy of it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And you can see that actually as you're dragging it. I'm pretty sure it says copy.
Okay.
So it'll tell you, like, you're not getting rid of it out of the other location. You're just copying it to this
That's a good
location.
thing. Okay.
I don't think I understood you correctly. So if I have a bunch of files, folders, the F word, on my H drive, and I want to move all of those onto my OneDrive, you're saying I shouldn't move them as folders, I should move them as individual documents? So when I make this big migration and I want to move all my folders from my H drive into OneDrive, are you saying I need to do that file at a time, or?
We'll have the same organization.
I would say that we'll probably do that as, you know, as time goes. Are you going to do the same thing? Do you have any idea if you're going to do the
I'll
same?
probably be taking care of that, where at one point in time, we'll get everybody's documents out to from their H drive out to their
OneDrive. So
OneDrive.
I won't do that.
That's the way I'm
But will
picturing
it
it
have the
happening.
same organization though?
It could.
Rather than leaving that on each.
I mean, the folders and that kind of stuff, no, not if, unless you bring the folders over.
Okay, no, I was asking a question. You said that, I'm like, okay, that's, out of the files, I'm like,
And
it's
that's
take
what
a
I'll
while.
go back to our consultants with, I'll say,
Yeah.
what do people normally do?
I'm just trying to get,
But then I would cut it off at the original spot, so like if you do your traditional H drive, then it wouldn't be there anymore.
That's
It's got
okay.
one or
I mean, I
the
would migrate everything
One of
to
one of the ways
OneDrive.
I've seen it
Yeah.
is, all we do is we just turn on sync, and
Okay.
then it literally syncs everything. Meaning whatever's on the H drive is gonna be in your OneDrive, and whatever's in your OneDrive is gonna be on
Also
your
goes
H
back
drive.
and forth.
So that might be, you know, the process that you wanna take with it. It depends, because
So you
some
could-
people's
you
H
could
drives,
sync that one time, and then all those files would be moved to
and then
OneDrive.
you didn't have to do anything.
I didn't have to do anything.
Right.
Okay.
So that might be a fix for that, okay? But what I will warn you about is that's all the files. So if nobody ever cleans out their H drive, now their OneDrive is gonna have the same mess that their H drive had.
But is it the same file structure?
Yeah.
Or is it the folders go away and it's
No,
just
if you
files?
use sync, if you see up on the top there, it says sync, if you use that sync feature, it syncs it
Okay.
exactly, folders,
Why
everything.
does OneDrive, or why do you not want to use folders? Like, because this is the way I organize, like, if I have
I
6
know.
clients, I want to buy those 6 clients,
I
because
know.
that was in my folder, but you're saying,
Yeah.
no, I should just
When
have.
we get to, yeah, well, it's totally a huge process about the cloud.
Okay.
So what it is the folder structure that we've always had has been our personal logic.
Correct.
Okay? But when we get to search functionality, our personal logic makes 0 sense to search engines.
Right.
So what we have to do is we have to structure it with what's called metadata. So we use metadata instead of folders, which is properties. So basically what I do is I say, oh, that file, that was a part of January of 2018. And now somehow I will be able to search that based on January of 2018, which is logical, and not exactly under this folder that was for my client name.
So rather than
that make
searching
sense?
through folders, like before, you go into the folder you knew it was in, into the subfolder, now you're just doing a quick searchability
Everything.
cross.
It's like Google, basically. Actually, I work with, okay, so
Well, you
an
would just
example
search
of
by-
this, I'll tell you an
would search by client
example.
name or something, and it
Yep,
would.
I'll tell you a big example. I work with a company that actually is all public information, okay? All of the information in their company is public information, their sewers district. The only 2 departments that they have that aren't is quality and finance. So everything else in their organization is completely searchable. And what they've done is, like your vault, okay? When you go to the first level of the vault, you see all the folders.
Right.
Instead of that, when you go to their vault, it looks like Google. It's a white page, their corporate logo at the top, and a big, huge search box. And then you start searching.
So it's everything
And
you
then,
search.
have you guys ever, have you shopped on the internet? If you shop on the internet, you know what happens. It's over on the left side, now you get to, oh, I only wanted to see Nike, and I only wanted to see this. So you're gonna search, and then you're gonna refine it, or filter the search based on the refiners, and now you'll find all the files that you need this quickly. And when you hover over each of those files, like I said before, you hover over the file, you see a thumbnail of the file, so you know if that's the right file or the wrong file, and it's gonna save you the time of not opening the wrong file.
So years ago, or a couple years ago, we went through this huge archiving thing that we were gonna attempt to do.
Oh,
You would say, don't do that, just basically
Keep it in the
just
cloud.
dump all the files, and then you have a huge search and you go find what you want to find. There's no more archiving in that sense.
So simplify the main OneDrive page, just
Wow.
like a Google.
That makes
So
sense.
Microsoft, I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah, for
In
sure.
September of 2017, Microsoft contracted with Google to get their functionality behind what's called SharePoint Online. So the online tools in Microsoft are now using Google functionality. And if you know anything about Microsoft and Apple and Google
Yeah.
and Adobe, they all hate each other.
Right.
Hate each other. But there's something about Google Search Engine that is a lot smarter than anything else. So that's where they see the value in it. I know,
Why I
it's
like
amazing, it
Google.
really is.
Yeah.
It's all database stuff, truly, it's database stuff. If you've ever worked in a database, I work with business intelligence and a lot of analysis stuff, and truly, the world is a database. So all of these cloud things, they all sit in a SQL server somewhere. And then it's basically, if you guys all used Excel before? If you've all used Excel, we've all used Outlook, right? These columns that we see, bless you, you can sort and or filter by every single column you see everywhere. That's a feature of a database, and that's what databases are. So to me, I tell people, actually kids, if I meet a 20-year-old kid right now, I'm like, you wanna go into IT? Go into data or cybersecurity. You will never want for a job for the rest of your life, ever, never. So, yeah, and this is where again, what we have to remember is we've been stuck in some things for some really long periods of time, like those folders.
Right.
One of the things that I try to help people understand is your first day. Your first day when you came into the vault, did you figure out where to go?
Heck, no.
First day, I've
Okay.
been here 4 years.
Thank you, Terry.
And that's the thing about those, you know, the drives that we've created in the folders, they've been our own logic,
Right.
and our own logic isn't our team's logic.
Right.
And that's what we more so want to think about is how do we
I've
look
been
at
blaming
things
myself the whole time.
with all intelligence, right?
Oh, I feel much better.
Thank you. Thank you. I've actually managed those file servers, and I've gone to every manager in the company and been like, okay, can you help me fix the madness? And it's so hard. Like, it can take a year to fix the madness, and then within 3 months, our madness is back.
Why?
So,
Outlook, right? There's a search bar in it. In theory, why would I stick things in folders? I would just leave it all out there, hit search, and it would go find it.
yeah,
But
actually,
stuff, right?
yeah, do you remember when I was talking about those search folders?
Exactly.
That's what I've seen. So there's probably about 6 sales reps that I've worked with in the last however many years that have literally switched and they no longer have any folders. They don't care about the folders.
Just go search.
They actually have search folders. And now, even, you don't even have to type, right? They just go down and click this, which is one of their clients' names, and bloop, it searches your whole mailbox for those, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, it's Google, right?
Okay.
And that's the thing about it, is it's really kind of using the tools that are already out there in the world. Somebody else has already figured it out, right?
It's called collaboration.
Right? It is called collaboration. Did you guys know before we had smartphones, you could text Google, and Google would text you back an answer?
No kidding.
I was in IT, in the trenches, without any knowledge, so I spent my whole life like, but yeah, before we had smartphones, you could actually text Google, and Google would text you back an answer. Come on, that's exciting. Okay, so we've gone into a Word document, a PowerPoint file, and an Excel file. At this point, I don't think I opened PowerPoint file in the web app, but I'd at least like to show you what OneNote is, since I alluded to it. So I'm going to click on this OneNote notebook. Okay, so when I create a notebook, what it does is it creates this notebook and then it puts me in the notebook. There is also a desktop application that matches up with OneNote, okay? So what we have with OneNote, it is kind of like Word, where we have like some of the style stuff and the text stuff, and you have cut, copy, paste, you can insert, there's a draw, that's not in Word. But what we have here is we have, first of all, a notebook. I called it New Services Notebook, okay? And then I have sections in this notebook. And then I have pages inside of these sections. Again, remember what I said about the expanding file folder or the Trapper Keeper? And then I can name these things whatever I name them. So here, what I'll do is I'll go to this section right here. And if I right-click on it, I can rename it. So I have a training section, and then inside the training section, I'm going to have many pages. So training, and then I'm going to create my links here. Now, I'm going to show you what you can all do, because this is different than any other application that you use. So what I can insert into these pages, I could insert a table, and I could type information in the table. I can insert pictures or online pictures. Notice I could do a file printout right in this notebook. One of the things that I've seen, if you remember that, I told you that story about the network admin that actually passed away. So since that time in my life, I've actually used OneNote for all of my documentation for whatever it is that I do. So if I have a client that I work with, usually I actually have started to have one notebook for my company, and then I'll have a section for each one of my clients. And then for each one of my clients, I have many pages, and all the different things I do with that client are in those pages. This thought process to it can be open to whatever you think is necessary. One of the other processes that I did in OneNote is when I worked with that gentleman in New Zealand, we actually wrote a book together. We wrote it in OneNote. So he actually ultimately went into Word and then to a PDF, but we actually wrote and did all the functionality things in OneNote. Remember that you can share this, you can both be live in it at the same time, so there's a lot of stuff that you can do with it. Remember my brother-in-law that I mentioned as well? He actually has started using OneNote for his team meetings because he can draw.
Oh.
So if you look, you can actually draw on the page. So right here, if I wanted to, I could just say, oh, I want to use the pen and I want to use it in blue, and then I can draw stuff. Wow, how exciting. You can change the thickness. Then you can also do math. I was like, what kind of math? If you write your equations, it'll actually figure out what those equations are. Is anybody a mathematician? Okay. I'm not either. I actually taught my nephew how to spell the word actuary when he was 4 years old. He's 16 and he's going to be an actuary. He has a niece that's 2 years old. He's starting to teach her anesthesia. We'll see what happens. Never know. He remembers when I taught him how to spell actuary. He was 4 and we were on our way to the dog park. I was like, you remember that? Yep, he remembers. So cute. Kids, you never know, right? I'll tell you guys, if I find out that she wants to be an anesthesiologist when she's like 10, I'll be like, oh my gosh. Crazy, right? Okay, so really quickly here, just so you can see this again, if I just mentioned this math thing that's here, but if I go down to Word, I don't know if anybody's ever seen this, in the Insert tab in Word, you have an option where you could go to symbols and you can do equations. Has anybody ever seen this?
Not bad.
This is along the same lines as the math stuff that you can do in OneNote. If you see here, there's a bunch of equations, but you can insert your own new equation, you can write equations, it's very exciting, and you can get more equations from office.com. So, fantastic. Okay, perfect, good, we're good.
Wow.
Wow.
Next team meeting, Bridget.
Why don't you print that?
Oh. Make sure you save that.
Yes, well, it's already saved, so we're good.
Think about it.
So my drawing is saved, it's beautiful. Okay, then if I go to view, this is what I can do. One of the things that I did mention is we actually have the ability to do like co-authoring, okay? I've actually seen, if you remember, I also mentioned that I've written a book with this. So you can actually show authors or not show authors. It could be like track changes in Word, if that makes sense. So there's really a lot of functionality you can get out of this. They also have versions, so.
Interesting.
Sky's the limit in OneDrive. I have in OneNote. In OneNote, I actually have all of my notebooks, and I can access them on my phone, on either one of my tablets, and on all of my laptops. So that's one of the real advantages that I've found to using OneNote, is they have applications for all of the different devices, and you can really simply get into that stuff. So OneNote is technically where my rewards sit. My rewards now sit in my OneDrive in a OneNote, and I can get to them wherever I am. It's so beautiful. When I'm in the line at United or wherever, and I'm like calling them plus waiting to get up to the front. Do you guys ever do that? Sometimes you have to. It's real, right? Like, I don't know if they're going to answer the phone first or if I'm going to get up there, but I'm on both. And I will get home at some point in time.
I mean, when you're trying to connect to them.
Right. Oh, yeah. Or no, if you like, one time I actually had 2 layovers. I was trying to get to Casper, Wyoming. If you've ever heard of Casper, Wyoming, I finally got there. When I left there, they have 2 gates in the entire airport. I was like, oh. I ended up not even getting there because they left me off in Colorado, and then they rented me a car to drive to Casper, Wyoming. Mind you, no luggage, no nothing. it's like August, I'm in my, you know, whatever, t-shirt and shorts, flip-flops, and I'm going to Casper, Wyoming, where everybody's like, they don't even know what shorts are. Angler jeans, and they all don't even have like just the belts. It's like the and then they all have cowboy hats. And I literally walk in the like first gas station. I was like, I'm not from here. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And they had to, you know, like leave me in the airport, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I did. I had to call everybody because also at that time they were like, oh yeah, they'll get you a car. And I'm like, they'll get me a car? How are they going to get me a car? They're just going to get me a car? And then they gave me this little comb to comb my hair and this much of a toothbrush. So I was like, oh, this is my 4th trip ever. And I didn't know the secret of like, you have to put something in your carry-on.
Yes, definitely.
Like underwear, socks.
One case of clothes.
But now I know all that stuff. You keep learning as you go, whatever. But yeah, so anyways, so I'm in my notebook at this point. If you see, I still have a crumb trail up here. So I could still get back to my OneDrive just by clicking on my name here. It takes me right back into my OneDrive, and I can see I have my new services notebook. So again, I've created one of each of those types of files. Hopefully that's at least enough for you guys to see the features of them, okay? Then the other thing that I'd like to do, and we don't have a ton of time at this point, is I'd like to breeze through each of these different apps and at least give you just a little bit of background on each one of them and what they'll do for you. You probably will only remember a quarter of what I say from now until the end of the session, but hopefully at the beginning of the session you'll understand a lot because Outlook was a big piece of that, and that's something that you will interact with right off the bat really quickly. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to close out of all these extra tabs that I have open because they're too confusing. Then I'm going to go back to my Office home, and here. Again, to get to here, you would go to portal.office.com. If you remember, I showed you that you could change your home page here, right? If I click on the here button, I could change my home page to just be Outlook or to be whatever I want. There is also a quick way that you could get to the Outlook web app, and that's by going to outlook.office.com. You'll get prompted for the same thing. It's just your username, which is your email address, and your password. So the two different links that you would want to remember for the cloud is portal.office.com, takes you to all of Office 365, and outlook.office.com takes you specifically right to the Outlook web app. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Awesome. The first time you log into the cloud, it will ask you what is your time zone, and you do want to fill that one out correctly. A lot of people just skip beyond that. Does anybody ever, when you see an error message, you just click the close box? I've done it. It's real. A lot of times at help desk, I would just say, could you read me the error back? Oh, let me go get the error again. It's real. We're all real. I'm the most human person I've ever met in my life. So if there's a mistake to be made, I will make it. That's how I've actually learned most of the things I've learned in my life. It's fun. Okay, so what we'll do here is I'm actually going to go to the app switcher button, and I'm just going to at least talk about these different tools that are here. First of all, we've already been through the first 6. That's a lot. So we've been to Outlook, OneDrive, okay? And then technically we've also been to Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and OneNote. If you were logged into the cloud right here, and you clicked on any of those 4 buttons, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, or OneNote, it creates the document in your OneDrive by default, okay? So when you're in the cloud, if you create a document from this menu, it is going to be in your OneDrive. That's where you'll find it. Does that make sense?
Right, so we make this transition, you would say always come through here first, right? So even if I was gonna go out to my desktop version of Word or my desktop version of Excel, I would always come to here because it would always be being saved, right?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I would say that each of you will probably figure out what's best for you. For the people that usually use, because what does happen is even if I just open up Word, when I've saved things out to my OneDrive, when I've saved things out to these team locations, when I go to File, Save As in Word, I can see those locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could start from either way, whatever makes the most sense to you.
Okay.
Okay? To me, I do think that once you start to get into the team stuff, yeah, you'll want to be here. Okay? Just because I've started to use all of this team stuff up here, and it's absolutely amazing. Because it's what we've always done, but it's more intuitive. There's more features to it, and it's more inclusive and more collaborative. So that's what I see as advantages of some of these extra tools. Okay, so let me touch on, really quickly, the rest of these tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to All Apps, and if you remember what I said about All Apps, it's alphabetical because I'm an alphabetical person. So when I click on my app switcher or the waffle button and then I click All Apps, it's alphabetical through all of these apps. And that's the way I'm going to go through this so that you understand what each of them are. Add-in, we won't talk about. Admin is only because I'm an administrator and I have access to it. Calendar is my Outlook calendar, okay? Delve is my personal Delve site. That's what I showed you where we went to our profile and where we could see the files that we've recently worked on. That's where I mentioned that you could put in your skills. There's some communication stuff that can happen between you and your coworkers. So Delve, it's really each person's personal location up in the cloud, okay? Dynamics 365 is just because that's an application that I could have access to with the license that I have. You guys aren't using Dynamics, are you?
I don't even know what it is.
Okay, it's a accounting / CRM / whatever package. So, Excel, that's the web app. If I click on Excel here, it is creating a document that is going to be in my OneDrive. Okay, so it's the same as if I clicked on it from the home menu. There's a tool called Flow. What? That's interesting. Okay, so this tool is in concert with some of the other tools that we can use. What it'll do is automate processes. Has anybody heard of workflows before? That's what Flow is. It's a workflow tool. So we can automate things that happen, like when somebody sends a resume, right? If we have two people that have a shared mailbox and they both have that, now one of them takes the file and they put it up in our vault or whatever, right? Then when they put it up in the vault, and let's just pretend that the vault is already in the cloud stuff, once they put it there, it automates a task that gets assigned to the HR manager that they have to go out and approve that document. So that's a workflow. That's what you can do with Flow, is you can create workflows that automate processes in your team. Okay, forms. Forms, to me, is just like SurveyMonkey, okay? Forms, technically, there's also a forms in Excel that you can get to. But to me, forms is really like, it's just like SurveyMonkey. It's maybe not all of the functionality that you get from SurveyMonkey, but this is a tool that you already have based on the license. So if you were, paying for SurveyMonkey, you don't have to do that anymore. It can give you a readout as a graph, right? So you can get a chart that shows you all of the responses. You can choose whether to make it anonymous or not. You can choose whether people can answer your questions multiple times, and then you can customize all the questions, and you can create branching logic. If they answer this question this way, then answer them these 4 other questions, or then stop, right? So that's a fully functional kind of survey tool that they have. And then we have OneDrive, which is our OneDrive. That's our personal file location, okay? Like your H drive. That's what you want to think of as the OneDrive right now. Then we have OneNote. That's the application that is for notebooks. Outlook. That's the tool that would actually take me right to my Outlook mail, okay, by default. people would take me into my contacts in Outlook by default. Then we have another tool, it's called Planner. We talked about the tasks in Outlook, okay? Planner is more of a team task-oriented tool. What we can do with our team, okay, at some point, we'll probably call these teams. And Microsoft has a feature inside of the cloud that's actually called Teams. If you look past OneNote in the main view here, you can see SharePoint and then Teams. Teams actually give you a SharePoint site inside this team, okay? To me, Microsoft, I don't know, one of the things that I've seen is that some companies have not implemented SharePoint all that well, and a lot of people don't have a great taste in their mouth for the term SharePoint. So I think Microsoft actually pushed the term Teams more and more and more to kind of get away from the bad thoughts out in the world about SharePoint. Has anybody heard anything bad about SharePoint?
I never heard of it.
I work with SharePoint all the time. I'm actually a SharePoint consultant, and there is the Wild West in SharePoint in so many organizations. So, but what it is Microsoft brought a tool to IT people that IT people didn't have any idea how to manage, and there was no like, whoa, this is the way you should do this. So then IT people went, oh, all right, well, let's just do it. Good luck. And they didn't have any corralling of things and that kind of stuff. So, but I've worked with SharePoint since it came out. It's been out since 2001. It's actually a really awesome tool. It's just that, again, people haven't implemented it very well. So Teams, okay, and SharePoint are going to be these, it's going to replace your Vault. That's what that's going to do. But it's going to be on steroids because it's going to give you so much more access to so much more things. In the Teams, we could add a planner to our team. That means we now have a task tool that's inside of the team that we can hold on to all of our tasks with. Once we get into a little bit further, I'll actually show you an example of a team that I have so you can kind of understand what it is. But another tool that we have is called Power Apps. Power Apps is actually, it's more than one tool. Really, it's I call it an end user developer tool because you could develop forms, okay? You could create forms that all of your users need to fill out. You could develop apps, okay? It's called Power Apps because we could develop an app that my team basically can just, it could be a timesheet app, right? And it has your timesheet plus the reporting plus all of this other stuff behind it that you can do. So Power Apps is probably a lot farther than you could even imagine that you could go with the programming of stuff that you could do. But it has there's a lot of really amazing things that we can do in this tool called Power Apps. And we can combine our Power Apps with our flow and then automate what happens in the Power Apps, which is amazing. And to me, that's actually how we've all created, like ADP. If anybody's ever worked with ADP payroll, that's an application that somebody at ADP created. And what we have to do, I've actually helped with a construction company that I work with. I've had to work with ADP and with their HR department to figure out exactly which fields, okay, which columns ADP needed to be able to pay the users the right way. That makes sense. So there's a lot that has to go back and forth with communication with these apps. Power Apps is something that we can actually basically create ourselves. Right now, is anybody here using any tools like Dropbox or anything like that? Yeah. So OneDrive is going to be a replacement for that, but what you could do in Power Apps is you could actually create a little application that connects your Dropbox with your OneDrive, and then it'll sync the files between the two. Whoa, okay, now we don't have to worry about it anymore. Does that make sense? So Power Apps, you can connect things that are here inside of our environment, or you can connect things that are external. I can even do a Power App for SurveyMonkey. and I can bring the information from SurveyMonkey with my ID and all that stuff into an Excel spreadsheet that I'm creating a chart so that we can see some statistics about how our forms are filled out. Make sense? Surveys, whatever they're called. Okay, so Power Apps. Then SharePoint. SharePoint is a tool that it's like a file server, but it's not just a file server. There's so much more to it. So we can house all of our files in SharePoint. We can also share calendars with our team. So we not only have our personal calendars, but we have a team calendar. One of the team calendars that I've created a lot has been like a team vacation calendar. I don't know what you guys do with your vacations, but a lot of companies that I've worked with, when we had our vacation, we would then set up our vacation in our calendar, but then in my calendar, I needed to make my manager the required attendee so that it also showed on her calendar so she knows when her coworkers are on vacation. Well, now nobody in my team knows when anybody else is on vacation, just the manager and me know, right? So instead, what I've done is I've created team vacation calendars in SharePoint. And then what we do is every one of us actually just connects to that calendar in SharePoint and shows it in Outlook. That means in Outlook, now I can see my team vacation calendar, right? And all of us, when we create our vacations, we actually create them. And I'm going to go into Outlook just to show you this, because if you have this need and it could help you, I would love to help you with it. So when I go into Outlook and I go into my calendars, I do have a couple of calendars here that are my team calendars. So these are my team calendars that I have, like my sales team, whatever. Okay, so if I'm looking at my sales team calendar, right, again here, this is my calendar and this is my sales team calendar. If I go into the team calendar, which technically is sitting in this SharePoint location, but again, because it's a Microsoft tool, I can sync it down to Outlook so we can see it here. What I'm going to show you is that you could create your all-day events, right? Do it from whenever to whenever. Let's say I'm going on vacation now until a long, long time from now. Just kidding. Okay, so I'm going on a long vacation. But the cool part about this is there's a button right up here in the ribbon that says add to my calendar. So I created the vacation in the team calendar in the team location, even though I'm in Outlook, right? But now when I add it to my calendar, I only have to create the vacation one time. It's in both locations, and I didn't have to invite anybody as an attendee. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And now it shows on both calendars. So you can see it on the team calendar, and you can see it on my calendar, boop, all we need, right? Mm-hmm. So that's actually something I've done in a lot of locations. I think I might even have one of those videos that actually shows you the steps to do that, which, again, this is something that I've done for a long time because I see this as a huge benefit because now I don't have to duplicate work. Mm-hmm. If you don't have to duplicate work, you're saving time, period. Okay, so that's thinking about SharePoint. All right, just so you can see it, I'll go to SharePoint. They call them SharePoint team sites, okay, and that's something that the Microsoft Teams only came out about 2 years ago. Microsoft SharePoint has been out since 2001. The first useful version of SharePoint was 2003. It was version 3.0. But because they're called team sites, I always put a team picture on it so you can see what team. Just kidding. So it's a web page, right, that my team goes to get to the stuff. And this is documents we need to get to. Here's our team calendar. Here's our finance site. Here's all the stuff we need to get to. And then I can also visualize things that are on the page. This is actually this document library, but it's the specific view of this document library that shows it to you based on combining all of the file types together. So it's sorted by file type. That's exciting, right? Then if you look down below here, I actually also am viewing things. So again, this is just a web page, right, that my team gets to go to. To me, this is like a landing page. This is my team's landing page. My goal when I have a team, I want everybody to open up Outlook and open up our team site, and then you should be able to start our day from there. Does that make sense? So that's the goal. I don't know if you like the team picture. I'm just kidding. Okay, so that's basically what SharePoint is. And in SharePoint, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the site contents, and then whoop, this is what we have as content for my team to share. There's team project tasks, there's a team calendar, there's a discussions list that we have, and then we also have this document. So if I click on the documents, this is the exact same experience that you'll have in OneDrive. So because it's a Microsoft Cloud location, once you know how to use OneDrive, you know how to use all of the libraries up in SharePoint too, which is awesome. So you see the same buttons. If you see here, there's a new button. If I click that drop down, you're going to see Excel, Word, etc. Now that I'm here in this library, if I create from here, this is where it's saving the file. Does that make sense? And there's a sync button there too. So you would be able to sync your files from your team off to a location on your computer too if you needed to. If you see here, there's flow. You can automate things for your team. So you know what, I'm the manager of this site. I need to know whenever somebody puts a new file in this library, okay? What I do is I go ahead and I set up a flow on it. So we can automate almost anything that we need to inside of these SharePoint sites as well. Then we can all sort and or filter. If you see here, I have name and then I have modified, etc. If I click this arrow right here, you can see I can sort this. So I can sort A to Z. I can also sort or filter based on modified, modified by, any column that you see, you can sort and or filter. All right. Let's see, so that's SharePoint. Then another thing that we have, so I'm going to go back up here. Since it's right after SharePoint, I'm going to go to Teams, just so you understand, at least to a small extent, what Teams could give to you. Teams is like an extension of SharePoint, but it's not just that, it's actually a lot more stuff. How many people have used Skype or Skype for Business? For an instant messaging tool, okay? Even if it's Skype, it doesn't matter, that's just the personal one, right? But just so you understand this, Skype for Business in corporate environments is actually being replaced by this tool called Teams. So actually there's a conversation or an instant messaging tool that's built into your Teams. So the Teams is like the team of people that all has access to the SharePoint site, plus all of this other stuff. Uh-oh. Every once in a while I lose my voice. So what we have here is we have a team, okay? And then I have what we call channels. This is a test team, and I have a general channel that's a part of that team. What I'm going to do, I have a couple of these that I've built into a little bit further, so I'm going to go on this one that says referee, just because I have a lot more stuff that's in there. So if I go into, this is my referee team, and I can specify who's a part of that team. Your IT department can actually define who's a part of what team, and now you're all going to be a part of a team right off the bat. I'd like you to notice right here, there's actually some messages that go back and forth, okay? This is a historical list of all of the conversations that have happened between my team. So this isn't me going out to Outlook to search for a conversation we had. This is a historical listing of all conversations for this team. So teams can be whatever you want them to be. If you notice here, there's even a tab conversation has begun. And if I click here, it'll take me into that conversation. If I go down here, I can literally just type a conversation. So something, oops. Okay. If I, right now, let's see, I'll dismiss this first. If you see there's a little paper airplane, that's the send button. Otherwise, I could just hit enter on my keyboard and that sends the message. That sends the message to this whole team, meaning everybody that's in this team, that's in Teams, can just see that message right now. Then there's other things that I could do. If you look down here, there's format, so I could format the text to make it pretty. Then I could attach things. So I can actually attach things. I could upload from my computer right here into Teams. Or, as if it's not enough, you can do these in Outlook. You can also do the emojis here. And there's crazy GIFs. I know, all kinds of stuff. There's stickers. Then there's even more because, as I mentioned, this is Zoom, right? So Zoom, we're in a meeting at this point. But right here, if I needed to meet with my team, I could click on Meet Now, and everybody that's in this team right now is in our meeting. So they're in our virtual meeting, just like you guys are in our virtual meeting right now. So it's, I don't know, Teams to me is access to really everything that this team needs. There is also a desktop application that's called Teams that once you start using it, you'll probably want to download. And then if you look at the top up here, I not only have conversations, but I have files. If I click on files here, this is the files that are sitting in my Teams SharePoint site, okay? And I have access to them from Teams. Then I have meeting notes. This is a notebook that I attached to the meeting that's in my team. So we have a notebook that we share. Right here, there's a Word web app that I've shared with my team, and you can see that's what we have. Then I go to Christmas project. This is actually a planner, okay, that I've created for my team because every year we're going to have a new Christmas project, so I want to go into the Christmas project to manage the tasks that are a part of that Christmas project. So that's what Planner gives you. If I click on this plus sign right here, I can add almost anything to my team, okay? So if you see here, this says document library. That's a SharePoint logo, meaning I could basically create another SharePoint library in my SharePoint site and share it out with my team. Here is an Excel. Remember my Word document that I had there? It's the same thing. Forms. I have a survey that I want my team to fill out. Oh, I'm just going to go here and create it as a survey. Look, I can create a PDF. That's not even a Microsoft product, but I can create that right here. So what I can create in my team, if you see all of these things, these are not Microsoft products. So you can really connect to almost anything. If your team is using Dropbox, you could actually make a connection in Teams to your Dropbox. And now, again, your team only goes and opens up the Teams, and then they get to everything they need to get to right from here, which is like a one-stop shop, right?
Teams, you could self-define that, meaning no one else could get in there.
Correct.
Just the team members, those are the only people who can get access to that.
Right, right. And right now, this is why I warned you guys when we were in Outlook contacts about the group. Because right now, if you were to create a group, you're going to create a team. And that's going to be a mess in your environment because instead what we want to do, and Microsoft is doing this, they're cutting off the access from end users creating groups so we can manage it in IT instead. So what you're going to do, there's going to be some planning that's going to happen, okay? This is all going to be a process that's going to happen.
So we couldn't create a team, we'd have to go through IT to create a team.
Right, most likely to start.
Would it be like project management?
Could be.
Where you have an admin, well, IT at this point, but an admin person who really is the project manager, who has all the functionality.
That's the whole model of SharePoint and Teams, is to take the onus out of really IT specifically, but they design it. So they say, okay, we're gonna create it for you, we're gonna put the people in as the permissions, we're gonna do this, and now, poof, it's yours. And then you design the SharePoint site, you design teams and all the tabs for your team, and you are the content owner, basically. So when we get to that place, usually what we talk about, and that person is usually termed different things, but a lot of times it's like the content owner for the team, something like that. But yeah, that's the model. So that's probably the model that you want to go with is, and the cool thing about that is IT doesn't always know exactly what we do with the stuff that we do, so we need some aspect of, you know, managing it. And that's where teams, I can add all this stuff to my team if I have the management of my team. So, does that make sense?
It does. So bad example maybe, but could you have like an HR person, manager, and someone who works for them and create that as a team? Then use that form to do their performance evaluation and just kind of house all that for that team? You could. Yeah. And then you could keep a permanent record there. You could send notices to one another when things are being done and all that. And you wouldn't have to have separate performance review forms everywhere else. You could just house it for that person with access just for those people. And everything would come right through here.
It would be at a tab. Yeah.
Put it on a tab. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's something that, again, sometimes it takes thinking a little bit outside the box, you know, to figure out how we might actually use this. But that's one of the reasons we're introducing this to you guys now, before you actually have it, so you can really understand, wow, we have a lot of impact as far as what our team needs to do. It's just, don't get stuck in the semantics of it, and don't get stuck in the, oh, it's really exciting, we can send these gifts to each other and all this stuff, because that's, first of all, it's gonna turn a lot of people off and be like, what, we're just wasting time out here? No, make it useful, make it, you know, what your team needs. And to me, I do think about that, like, when I take over ownership, I've been in IT my whole life, but I haven't always been in IT when I'm owning a SharePoint site. I might just be a part of this project team, and I own the SharePoint site. I understand what my job is, because I've owned other SharePoint sites, and I understand that really, it's not about me at all. It's nothing about me. It's about my whole team, and it's about how my team interacts with this, and how are you gonna understand it. One of the things I usually try to do is I try to point to the least tech-savvy person on my team. If I can make sure that that person can figure it out, guess what? I don't have any questions. Nobody's gonna call me. Yay! I did it right. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So really, that's what we want to think about, and we want to make it as simple as possible for our teams to figure out, oh, if I need to create a form, this is where I go and do that. If I need to fill this out, oh, it looks like intuitively, this is the way I would do that. So that's really kind of this take on, you know, SharePoint and Teams is, it's going to bring all of these tools together for us. And as you can see here, it brings all of the tools together. Did you have a question?
No, I just thought that direction was not the direction we were gonna go in. Am I right?
Not immediately.
Yeah.
No,
Never
none of
time.
this stuff is gonna happen
Okay.
now.
No,
And that's the big thing to
we're just kind of
understand
doing a
about this.
brief intro right now.
Yeah, everything that we did this morning is something that you're gonna see pretty much right off the bat, as soon as you get implemented, okay? And it's not, maybe not the 11th of March, but really soon after that. So probably, let's say, by Easter time, right? You guys will have the new Outlook web app and all that stuff. This stuff, this could take you a year to get to. This is a part of this phased implementation that's going to be, you have to think about it first, because like I said, there's a lot of companies that have implemented SharePoint and then whoop, it becomes the Wild West and people eat it right off the bat. We don't want to do that here. We want to make sure that it's going to be a useful tool and that people aren't going to, once we tell them, well, yeah, now you can use SharePoint, they're still going back to the vault and creating more folders in the vault and doing stuff in the vault that technically should be done over here in SharePoint, right? We want to have it implemented correctly.
Right, but if I was thinking of developing a solution in the next 12 months, I might be thinking about this as potential to do that, as opposed to going in some other direction and thinking, well, if I'd have known that, then I just would have done everything through that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, which is why we're introducing it, right?
Right.
Pretty much?
Yeah.
Yeah, So yeah, it's not like you're gonna get all of this right off the bat, and please understand that Outlook is the main goal, right? And that's why we spent so much time this morning on that.
To just sum it up, I
Yep.
think it's
Yep.
basically, it's gonna
Yep.
be the Outlook, the OneDrive, which will replace our H user drive, and the Office, Microsoft Office, latest version of the app.
Absolutely. Does anybody have any other questions, since we're 4 minutes from the end now? Do you feel comfortable with Outlook? I think Outlook is the main tool that we really want you to understand that this is going to be an upgrade. It's going to be a different, a difference of a product that you're going to use, but it's the same as what you've always used. It's just new features to that same tool. And then I would say that OneDrive is going to be the next thing that you're going to be introduced to. And OneDrive, because we have the ability to attach files from OneDrive in email, it's kind of intuitively a good, next step, if that makes sense. And then all of these other cloud things that you're going to get to and you're going to see, it's going to be some time before you get there. And it's going to be, again, a completely phased implementation. So.
And again, we'll continue with the communications on, when this is being deployed and continue with the support.
Awesome.
And anything you want to share afterwards,
Yeah, so actually the one thing that I do want to share is my email address. I gave Yvette some links. The best thing that I can suggest to you is you will not find a book that keeps up with the Office 365 tools. So, there's actually one gentleman that I followed for a long time. I still follow him. His name is Matt Wade, and he's on LinkedIn. If anybody's on LinkedIn, he's a really good person to follow. He's more of an information worker. He's not really just an IT person, but he's worked with all of these tools. He actually made this thing that he calls the periodic table of Office 365.
No
which
kidding.
is very intelligent because what it does, and this is something you might start to think about, like you just talked about, like you have a thought, like 12 months from now, we might want to go here. So you could actually look at this periodic table, and what it is it shows you, oh, you have these needs, you would want to use these tools in this order to get to that place. So, and again, his name is Matt Wade, W-A-D-E. And it's not Matthew, which is weird. I know, I searched him on
What's his
Matthew
company?
one time, and I was like, why don't I find him? What's that?
H3 Solutions? What is he with? Who's he with?
I think he might be with SharePoint Maven, or, I don't know. What does it say?
There's a lot of Matt Ways.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
You know what?
Did you say
Yvette,
director in sales.
you're connected with me on LinkedIn, right?
Yeah, can you?
Okay, I'll
yeah.
share it with you, and
Okay.
then she can share it with
Yeah.
you guys.
Did you say the
If that works
periodic
out.
table of what?
What's that?
The Office 365.
Periodic table Office 365, okay.
Okay. I really appreciate everybody's questions today. I appreciate that you're kind of open to what the cloud could be to you guys. If you have further questions, you have my email address. Please email me any questions that you have. Otherwise, I would look to your IT people to kind of help you understand when, where, right, how this process is actually going to go. You don't know right now when the first implementation is going to happen. It's approximately in the middle of March, right?
Yeah, it could be, as early as March 18th that we, click over, or the week after that. But the date has been pushed back from the 11th. Too much to accomplish between now and then, so push back just a little bit. And then now, just with this brush by that we did with SharePoint and Teams, I'm not sure exactly. Get into that, maybe not quite as quickly as I anticipated. We might be out a few months.
Yep. Yeah, and what you want to think about is you want to be comfortable with moving from the vault to there.
Right.
Right. Before.
Big shift for us. A lot of, yeah. So you're a consultant on SharePoint as well, SharePoint Teams as well.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I've even come in and if you want me to, I can come in and I can kind of help you understand what we should do with the, files and match them up with libraries or, whatever. That's one of the things it does, it happens a lot. So, and it could even be like a back and forth, like, you've gotten these steps done, and we get to do it through email, and, like, oh, okay, these are the next steps I would take. So yeah, whatever you guys think. But yeah, you don't wanna do it frivolously, and you don't just wanna do it.
Otherwise, I won't
Then you'll
stay.
get, is it people, have you worked with SharePoint before, is that
I've been part of a company that
okay?
implemented it
Horribly.
terribly,
Yeah.
and as soon as you lose people's buy-in,
I know.
it's over.
Totally done, yeah. One of the worst implementations, Wisconsin Energy, of course. What they did is they forced all of their users away from the file servers over a long weekend.
Oh,
I think it
God.
was Labor Day weekend.
Oh.
They brought us in as instructors, this was in 2012, so it's been a little bit of time. They brought us in as instructors, and they told us we could not use the term SharePoint because they were not introducing any of the other stuff, only files that you could do in SharePoint. And they didn't want their users to go to Google and find out what else you could do with SharePoint. Worst implementation I've ever seen in my life. People fought against it horribly right off the bat. And people were like, there was actually a gentleman that bought a server and put it underneath his desk for his project team in 2013.
Oh, my.
Are you kidding me? And that's the thing, like, we have to think about how we implement it, and we have to do it slow, monotonous, make sure it's gonna fit the needs that we have before people just fight against it,
Yeah.
So, yeah, we do want it to be that tool that we'll believe in, and that can do what the Vault has done for us, plus, and that's the advantage to it. So, awesome.
Well, I just want to say thank you, because this was very educational.
Very.
I didn't just go blank.
5 hours of training can be dry and boring. You've made it fun then.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much for that. That's not easy to do.
Awesome, thank you.
Not